Okay, we are now back in open session and we will continue with witness Lael. The time is 10:50 a.m. and joint applicants can now redirect their witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lael, yesterday, Ms. Trinnell asked you about the 10 million residential bill credit and whether this was a merger benefit and a cost to achieve. Do you recall these questions?
I do.
Will Northwestern seek to recover the bill credit from customers in a future rate proceeding?
No, we will not.
And regarding benefits, what are the benefits that joint applicants expect only if the companies merge?
I think my testimony details that there's certain things that you can only get when it comes to combining these two entities. Things like an improved credit profile and the access to capital that come with a larger entity. Those are foundational capital markets principles that can only be achieved by combining these two entities. Things like the operational efficiencies that we've talked a fair amount that again come with size and scale that allow that. The overall risk mitigation as it affects, we had a lot of conversation about how that might affect the Montana utility. A larger holding company, the merger at the holding company where you aren't introducing the risk of financing a transaction while getting a bigger balance sheet that can be more resilient in times of stress is something that you can only attain with this transaction. I think there's also been a lot of conversation about the human capital part of this. And one of the things that I think is incredibly valuable is you have two utilities that have teams of people that have a demonstrated track record of serving customers very, very well across quite a few states. Combining those employees, I think, will be a very exciting opportunity that together we can get the best thinking and the best solutions and efficiency out of that. All of those are things, again, detailed in testimony, but things that we can only achieve, in my view, to a better spot, better together, that we can achieve as it relates to the merger.
Yesterday, Ms. Trinnell had several questions for you regarding the S4 that was filed by the joint applicants. And specifically, she asked you to add amounts of potential payments to executives from both companies that are listed in the S4. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Are these amounts that you were discussing with Ms. Trinnell considered a merger closing bonus?
No, they are not. Those are amounts that are required in the S4. They were required SEC calculations based off a stock price at the time that represents acceleration of all future compensation and is only applicable, as I mentioned yesterday, if you are fired. So as a part of this change of control transaction. So those are not in any way bonuses that will occur. And in the interest of management, if we close this transaction, this is what happens. That is not an appropriate understanding of what that disclosure in the S4 represents.
Okay, so Ms. Lael, for example, is Mr. Bird, and I think it was 16 million. Will he be paid 16 million if this merger closes?
No, he will not. His base salary and compensation package will continue as it is. The new board will determine what that is there. It is not $16 million or anywhere near that.
Thank you. Do you recall Ms. Trinnell asking you questions yesterday about 350 Exhibit 31A and asking you to read a bullet from that particular exhibit?
I do recall that as it relates to, I'm finding it here, as it relates to the S4, I believe, as well. I'm there.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. Can you read the tab number that you found that exhibit in?
I am under of the public documents, tab 12. And this is Public 350 Exhibit 31A excerpts from the S4 filing and discussing the recommendations of the Black Hills Board and the reasons for the merger.
Thank you. And you read a bullet from that document. Are there other bullets from that answer to the question that you'd like to mention for the benefit of the commission?
Yes. So it's, again, under tab 12, page 71 of what would be the S4 going to page 72, documents and discusses the recommendations of the Black Hills Board and the reasons and their strategic considerations. Those strategic considerations included a number of factors. There's lots of things to put together to think about whether this could make sense. First of those was value creation, as enumerated here. Second was the item that Ms. Trinnell narrowly highlighted, which is growing demand for data centers and other large load opportunities. In addition, the concepts of regulatory and geographic diversification that I just talked about from a risk perspective, the boards clearly considered that. They considered the increased scale and energy mix diversification, again, detailed here. Importantly, they considered the improved credit profile of the businesses together and why that makes sense. The enhancement of the equity market profile and what that leads to from a long-term customer benefit perspective. The combined expertise I just referred to as well, that the value of putting the human capital together and good people doing good work, solving good problems, that matters. And that we have a shared culture and how we go about serving our customers very well across what is a lot of rural America. The board considered all of those factors in making a recommendation to move forward with the merger.
Thank you. I'm going to switch topics and have a couple of questions on the board, the future board and financing. Ms. Trinnell asked you, quote, all things being equal, investors will demand investment at higher ROEs. Do you recall that questioning?
I do recall that.
Are all things ever equal?
In my tenure working at a utility, it is never as simple as all things being equal. There are always complex considerations when it comes to how we make decisions and our fundamental obligation to serve our customers and do that reliably. It has never come down to a very narrow decision with regard to basis points of an ROE, and how we go about making decisions of capital investment are much more fulsome than that. And all of those, that hypothetical of all things being equal simply does not exist.
Without the merger, does lower ROE in Montana impact access to capital?
It does not, in the sense that the conversation occurred yesterday. Our access to capital is always reflective of the financial wherewithal of the company, the response that investors have, our credit profile, which we've talked about a lot here, and how the market is perceiving that balance of risk and return. ROE is an element of the broader commission and regulatory compact. I would tell you that investors look at the broad part of your ability to earn your returns on a consistent basis, and the regulatory compact in the state as a broad element, not a one narrow piece of just looking at ROEs. That is not consistent with my experience of how we attract capital and or allocate it.
So concerning investment decisions, how do you expect those investment decisions to be made at Bright Horizon Energy?
I think a key fundamental of understanding how capital investment occurs is there's a lot of work done by engineers and asset management folks on the system as to thinking about what are the needs to serve customers, and to do that over a time horizon, where it is the asset life of the system, what's the asset health. They do a lot of work to bring forth capital plan proposals as to what needs to be spent on the system to meet reliability, safety, risk, growth. All of that goes into that consideration. That is so a bit of bottoms up of the folks who are closest to serving the customer and know what those issues are. On top of that, you have the financial considerations of what is the cash flow availability, what would we have to finance, and then you mix that with customer affordability. Certainly, you could do things to do a lot on the system. At some point, there's tension as to what the bill impact of that could be. All of that gets put together and results in a lot of people that do work to support what is a fair and reasonable capital plan. Management then takes that to the board and recommends a capital plan based off balancing our obligation to serve, the resiliency of the system, the ability of us to cash flow and finance that capital plan, and the impact to customers. And I have never seen our board, nor do I expect that the combined Bright Horizons board, based off their obligation, adjust that capital plan based off narrow factors such as ROE or those sorts of things. It is a broad-based plan that is brought to the board, and they accept management's recommendation based off what needs to be invested to serve all of those things and meet needs.
So let's talk about the board of the merged company. So Ms. Trinnell also asked you some questions about the board composition yesterday. After the merger closes, will either the Black Hills or Northwestern boards exist?
Upon closing of the merger, those boards cease to exist. And a newly constituted board, 6 coming from the prior Black Hills board, 5 coming from the Northwestern board, formed the new Bright Horizons Energy Holding Company board. Their fiduciary obligation then becomes to the whole company. There is not a Black Hills Power versus Northwestern consideration. It is a newly constituted board that has an obligation to that entire entity.
So will board members at Bright Horizon Energy have different duties?
The duties are the same, but they become to the combined organization. The fiduciary responsibilities of a publicly traded board remain. They will be applied to the full enterprise and have a fiduciary duty to that full enterprise, which will include, of course, the Montana utility.
Do you expect the board members, whether they're from Black Hills or Northwestern, to favor one legacy company over the other?
That would be inconsistent with their fiduciary obligation.
I'm going to just ask a clarifying question regarding Colstrip 370 PU. Yesterday, Commissioner Molnar asked you a question about this topic. Is Northwestern recovering Colstrip 370 PU costs from customers?
No, we are not.
And will Northwestern recover costs of Colstrip 370 PU from Montana customers?
That is up to this commission and future decisions. We said today the Colstrip Avista portion is needed for resource adequacy as serving customers. The future, and back to the importance of that, with the Avista portion, while it gets us to resource adequacy, it does not get us control of that facility. And as we've talked about outside of this docket, the ability to direct the future of Colstrip and what that means to Montana is the decision-making driver of why we took the incremental increase from Puget 370 to get to 55%, such that the interests of this state are represented in the future of that facility and where we go. The decision to separate Puget 370 and the question you just asked me of are existing customers paying for that? No, it is not currently needed for resource adequacy to serve customers other than to maintain the existing 2 interests, the 222 we originally had and the Colstrip Avista, to protect those interests. It's absolutely needed and benefiting customers because it allows us to control the future of what is cost efficient and makes sense for Montanans. But separately, we are recovering those costs on the market. We've also clearly said in our large load docket that the future ability to serve those customers, that we would like to place that interest into the Montana regulated utility associated with that docket, which is, again, the commission has a purview outside of this merger consideration to clearly address that interest.
So I want to ask you another clarifying question, though, different topic regarding the merger announcement timing. And Commissioner Fielder asked you some questions yesterday about that timing of the merger announcement. Do you recall those questions?
I do recall those questions.
And yesterday you had mentioned the press release announcing the merger was issued on Monday, August 18th after the market closed. Have you had a chance to confirm what date the press release was issued?
I did confirm that my memory, as in other instances, sometimes is faulty. So 5 a.m., August 19th, Mountain Standard Time was when the press release and the public investor relations documents were made available to all public. It was incorrect yesterday, my recollection, that it might have been the evening of that announcement.
So if the press release was issued on Tuesday, August 19th, when did the joint applicants call the Montana commissioners to advise them of the merger?
After the boards voted and the market closed the evening of the 18th, Monday, there were calls made to appropriately inform commissioners of the transaction to be announced the following morning. That is my understanding.
And Ms. Lael, to your knowledge, were there any communications with commissioners about the merger prior to that after-market August 18th conversation?
No, that would have been material, non-public information prior to that time. And the first available chance to make that communication, I believe Brian Bird, who is a witness here, and CEO Len Evans from Black Hills made calls that evening.
Mr. Molnar, or Commissioner Molnar, excuse me, asked you yesterday about whether the commission can modify Northwestern's existing ring fencing provisions. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
Do the ring fencing provisions agreed to in the settlement with the MCC and LCG adequately protect Montana customers?
In our direct testimony, we committed to maintaining the ring fencing that was set in the holding company docket. As a part of questions raised by both the MCC and LCG in negotiation of the settlement, we took those ring fencing standards and restated those and clarified and made sure the important protections that exist in there are clarified for reasons of this docket, and we believe are foundational and consistent with what you would see of ring fencing, and of course signed on to and supported by the MCC and LCG, and we believe they present clear protections for Montana customers and reflect the negotiation of the Consumer Council and large customer group.
So turning to dividends, Commissioner Molnar also asked you a question regarding Northwestern's dividend to shareholders and indicating the dividend had increased by $1. Has Northwestern's shareholder dividends increased by $1?
No, they have not. In that line of questioning, I think I replied that I didn't think that number was correct. The increase in dividends for 2026 is 4 cents. It was the prior year as well, and the prior year as well. So it'll be 268 for 2026. And again, that's a 4 cent increase over the prior period.
Ms. Lael, and the last topic I have for you, Ms. Trinnell had asked you yesterday some questions about the August 19th presentation to investors about the merger, and it's tab 3 in the binder is the transcript. Do you recall those conversations, and specifically about on page 11 of 15 of that document, a comment from Mr. Bird about Path 80 corridor?
I do recall those questions.
So is Path 80 in Northwestern's financial plan?
Path 80 is not in Northwestern's financial plan. While we may study lots of future potential things, Path 80 is not in our financial plan.
Thank you, Ms. Lael. Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have for this witness. And at this time, I would ask that she be temporarily excused.
Okay. Councilor Trinnell?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like the opportunity to recall Ms. Lael to address questions on the NOLs. We have not had time in full candor to look through the documents we received on Monday night. And so I want the opportunity to ask those questions should we need to. So I'm asking that she not be excused for the purpose of being able to address those questions.
That's fine. And the request was to temporarily excuse this witness, and that's fair, Ms. Trinnell. So, Counselor?
And Madam Chair, no objection to that. I would note, though, I believe Ms. Lael is only available until Thursday evening or Thursday afternoon. So if that needs to be done, it would have to be ahead of that, or otherwise she could be made available remotely.
Okay, so the witness is available in person Thursday and possibly remotely on Friday. So, Ms. Trinnell, if you can plan accordingly, and I will temporarily excuse this witness. Thank you, Ms. Lael, for your testimony. And Northwestern may call its next witness. Excuse me, the joint applicants may call their next witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Northwestern calls Brian Bird.
Mr. Bird, I saw that you were sworn in yesterday.
I was.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bird. Can you just make sure your microphone is on? It looks
I believe it is.
okay. Mr. Bird, would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
My name is Brian Bird, Brianbird. My address is 3010 West 69th Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
And Mr. Bird, by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Corporation.
And would you please provide the commission with your title at Northwestern Energy?
President and Chief Financial Officer. President and Chief Executive Officer. I did that at one time.
And whose behalf are you here today to testify?
I'm testifying on behalf of the joint applicants.
And Mr. Bird, you submitted pre-filed direct testimony in this docket, correct?
I did.
And those exhibits have been admitted into the record as Exhibit JA6, which is your direct, and JA7, which is your rebuttal. Do you have any corrections that you need to make to your pre-filed testimonies?
No changes to my pre-filed testimony.
To your direct pre-filed testimony?
I have changes, I believe, to my rebuttal testimony.
Very good. Do you have what are those changes to your rebuttal testimony?
On page 10, line 4, it should state the total expected investment in Montana is an estimated 2.48 billion, not 3.21 billion. 3.21 billion is the entire company investment over the 5-year period.
Okay, and Mr. Bird, just for the benefit of everyone, that was on page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I also had another change. Page 27 on line 14. Mr. Schneider responded to data request PSC 45, not PSC 41.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. With that, Madam Chair, I would move for the admission of Exhibit JA7 as amended.
Without objection, Exhibit JA7 as amended is admitted.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, Mr. Bird is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Thank you. And I believe Montana 350 and Farmers Union are the only parties engaging in cross-examination. So, Ms. Trinnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Bird. How are you? In your rebuttal testimony, you, at page 15, you were asked if data centers apply to this docket and the merger, and your answer was no, correct?
Question was, do you agree that data center issues are applicable to this docket? Consideration of.
And your answer was no, yes. Thank you. And then on the page before that, on page 14, the question was, some interveners focus their testimony on data center development and claim that service to data centers is a driver for the merger. Do you agree with this allegation? Your answer there was no. Correct? That was your answer. Thank you. Mr. Bird, I'd like to direct you to tab 3 of the witness binder, the transcript of the call, and I'm going to
Counselor, this is the 350 Montana exhibits. Yes, the 350 Montana public exhibits and tab 3.
Can you see this one?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're gonna have the block body, but
Both, okay, and both of you will need to move your mic. Mr. Bird, if you'd move your mic up close.
Still can't see the second.
Mr. Bird, Madam Chair, your mic's not on, Mr. Bird. There you go.
There we go. Thank you.
okay, Mr. Bird, at tab 3 of the binder, that's the August 18th transcript of the announcement, correct?
Correct.
August 19th.
Correct.
Okay, and at the bottom of page 3, you started presenting. Do you see that? Are you with me at the bottom of page 3?
I am.
Okay. And it was your statement, public statement to present to investors that a picture speaks 1,000 words in slide 5. You were talking about this slide right here, weren't you?
I was. I will point to the one since there's 2 here. Yes, this one.
Thank you. And it was your statement to investors that as you look at this map, the states of this combined service territories are going to cover 20% in the continental United States. That was your statement to investors, yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. And the next portion of that sentence, can you just go ahead and read after that comma, which allows? Go ahead and read that into the record, please.
Which allows the combined company to be exposed to incremental accretive growth opportunities, growth projects, across electric and natural gas, and now with the financial scale to better capture those opportunities.
And which opportunities are you talking about, Mr. Bird?
I think on slide, I think it was slide 11 in our investor presentation, we listed 4 opportunities. Data centers was one of those.
Thank you.
Regional transmission was another. Incremental generation was a third, and other investments in our T&D infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. And you're familiar with your company's IRP, yes?
I am.
And you're aware that your historical residential load growth has been flat for 10 years, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And at the top of page 4 of 5, if you'll turn the page of that transcript, please. And this is a transcript of a call. So that first full sentence there starts with will be. I'm not sure what the beginning, but the transcript here says will be much more diversified by regulatory jurisdiction. Do you see that sentence?
I do.
Okay. And the end of that sentence says with no single jurisdiction being more than 33% of the combined rate base, correct?
Correct. And that state
Okay,
would be
thank you. I
Montana.
don't have a question pending. Thank you. If you'll just answer my questions, that will help. Thank you.
I was trying clarifying the 33%.
So that's the Montana portion, yes?
Correct.
Thank you. And regulatory diversification by regulatory jurisdiction is good for shareholders, yes? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Thank you. And it reduces the regulatory body's control over the public utility, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
You'll have an opportunity to redirect.
we would like the witness to be able to answer the question. We are interested in his answers. I'm sure the commission is. And raising one's voice and cutting him off is inhibiting this proceeding from moving forward, and it's stopping the witness from fully answering the question.
Counselor, your remark is duly noted, and it is a point well taken. Ms. Trinnell, we are interested in hearing complete answers. And if you would, again, please mind your tone and we'll try to maintain a civil and a good temperature in the room and not heat it up unnecessarily. Thank you.
And I thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And would just ask the witness, when I ask yes or no questions, a yes or no answer be given. Thank you.
Ms. Chernell? No, I don't want the witness being cut off from giving context to his answer. Brief context is permissible.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd, at the middle there of this transcript, at the middle of page 4, could you just read your statement there to investors, that first sentence that begins with further? Could you just read that first sentence, please?
Further, we expect the transaction to be accretive to each company's shareholders in the first full year post-closing.
Thank you. And then let's go to page 7. If you'll turn the page there to page 7, and you pick up the conversation, I think, from Ms. Lael was speaking prior to you, and you pick up, do you see that there?
I do.
Okay. And then in the middle of that, there's a paragraph that starts in summary. Can you read that paragraph into the record, please?
In summary, we strongly believe that scale is necessary today given the unprecedented growth our sector is experiencing. By merging our companies, we can organically increase our long-term EPS growth rate to 5 to 7% and achieve accretion to both companies' shareholders in the first full year.
Okay, so it's your expectation that the benefits to shareholders will begin immediately, yes?
We anticipate in the first full year to capture that it would be accretive to both sets of shareholders that exist today.
Okay. And then at the bottom of that page, Mr. Evans is speaking. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And he, in his statement there, he says that he believes that this merger or transaction will allow you to do more than you could do on a standalone basis. Do you see that?
Madam Chair, I'm going to object at this point under Rule 403 of the Montana Rules of Evidence that this is unnecessarily cumulative. This document is in the record, and having a witness read one line here or there from the document is not helpful or efficient for this commission to proceed with this hearing. So I'd object on those grounds.
Mr. Now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the applicant's testimony that the merger has nothing to do with data centers, and we are impeaching him with his own words to investors. And it is certainly the testimony of this witness to investors repeatedly and over time that the merger enhances the opportunities to invest in data centers. That enhanced growth is specifically, repeatedly, publicly stated as a benefit of the merger. The commission must explore the corresponding costs of those data centers before acting on the merger. We are developing our record so that the commission can make a decision based on the thorough evidence in front of it, based on their own public statements to
Thank you.
investors.
The objection is sustained, and Ms. Chernell, the words that you're pointing the witness to now are not his words. They are the words of Mr. Evans. And I've actually been thinking about this, and I think others up here have as well. If you could, instead of having witnesses read a document that's already there, you can reference the document and ask questions about that section. I think that would be a lot more efficient than asking a witness to read a statement, at least as often as you are. If you could try to get to your question based on pointing to that section, ask your question and not make the witness reread something that's already in the record.
Thank you, Matt.
Unless you really have a strong point for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Byrd, if you'll turn to page 10 of this transcript. You were asked a question by Brian Russo. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Russo was asking you about some of the upside of the transaction, yes?
He did.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you to read into the record your response to that, beginning with the sentence. So it just made sense. If you see where that is, if you could read that into the record, please.
Madam
In
Chair.
fairness, oh,
I would object on the same grounds of Rule 403.
Yeah, Ms. Trinnell, this goes to, if you want to punctuate a point, that's fine, but why don't you ask a question rather than ask the statement to read something to us?
Certainly, Madam Chair. The question here is, Mr. Byrd, it was your statement to investors that two smaller companies may not have the resources to compete from a data center perspective. That was your statement here to investors, wasn't it?
that is correct. We are both pursuing data centers today, and we both expect to be successful pursuing data centers today, but on a combined basis, because financing is going to be available to us to finance all of our investments at a lower financing costs. That's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you. And then you're looking at this slide that's right next to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in your statement here to investors, you're saying, as we talked about on this slide, your combined companies represent 20% of the US, yes?
Yes, I already said that.
Okay. And it was your statement to investors that if you want to do business in our states, you're going to be talking to us, yes?
In every state that we operate, if you're going to do business and need our services, you're going to be talking to us.
So controlling 20% of the US for purposes of having data centers invest in your combined company was important to you, wasn't it?
I think any opportunity to serve our customers in all the states we operate in, we're happy to serve customers that request our service.
So that's a yes.
If you are a transmission, which is a question, by the way, was a question about transmission as well. And matter of fact, we, from a much stronger standpoint, will be able to invest in transmission. Transmission on multiple paths in Montana we need to do. We'd like to be a bigger company to make those investments as well. And obviously, having the capital to do that in a much cheaper means is going to be helpful to this combined entity.
Okay, let's talk about transmission since you brought it up. Go to page 11. And there is a question there from Christopher Ellinghaus. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Ellinghaus was asking whether or not the combined entity altered where you were going to locate future generation resources. That was his question, yes?
I see there's two questions from Mr. Ellinghaus.
I'm looking at the one that's higher up on that page.
I do see that.
Thank you. And Mr. Evans answered and then you responded, yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in your response, following up on what you were just telling the commission about transmission, it was your statement here, you were referring to the Path 80 corridor, correct?
The issue is being right now, we're looking at NPC as our number one.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, excuse me. Madam Chair, I would ask that the witness be directed to answer my question.
Would you restate your question, Counselor?
My question to Mr. Byrd was, you were talking about the Path 80 corridor in your answer there, correct?
Yeah, and give some context on Path 80.
I'm not,
Something-
that's fair, Madam Chair, but I just want him to answer my question, which is he talking about Path 80? And then I have a follow-up.
That's fine.
Thank you.
It's clearly in the record,
My-
I say Path 80.
Thank you. Where is Path 80?
Path 80 is in southwestern Montana going into, southeastern Montana, heading down into Wyoming.
Thank you. And it was your statement there that that would allow you to move power through the corridor on a combined basis, and it gives you more flexibility to do that. Is that what you were telling investors?
It is much like the flexibility we'd get from the other three paths we're exploring, the NPC path, the M2I path, and obviously incremental investment on the CTS line. CTS line is a slam dunk. We should make that investment. It's easy to do. It's existing corridor. NPC is in our IRP. We talk about NPC in our IRP. It's certainly at a higher priority than Path 80. And Ms. Lael testified that Path 80 capital is not in our plan today. I would say the reason it wasn't considered as much is because we hadn't talked about combining these entities until here recently. But I will tell you now, one of the reasons, the advantages of NPC is we can connect to our South Dakota system.
Great.
So same thing
Thank you.
here. There is great advantages of connecting to two systems for efficiencies to serve our customers from a larger access of resources. And we would want to provide that flexibility. And I would think renewable providers in the state have asked us to provide that flexibility. We're exploring all corridors from a transmission perspective. And this incremental opportunity is just another way. The fact, though, is we need to be able to invest the capital to spend on that. And we're going to need to be able to finance it in a way that's more cost effective than we can today on a standalone basis.
Excellent, Mr. Byrd. So there are in fact plans in place to conduct the Path 80, right?
There is not.
Okay.
Talking to them about it would be an opportunity to explore, but we do not have any capital in our plans for Path 80 today. I don't have any capital in plans for any of our regional transmission today. Until we ultimately make decisions that we're moving forward with a project, we do not put those in our plans, in our capital plans. Same thing with data centers. There are no data centers in our capital plans. And when we are going from 4 to 6 to 5 to 7 EPS growth, there is no, from Northwestern's perspective, there is no data center revenues in those plans. Black Hills has existing, my understanding, they have existing data centers that they need to continue to invest in. There is some capital associated on their side of those plans. But in our side of the plan, when you put the two together, there is no data centers and there's no regional transmission. And our ability to do those things are certainly going to be increased, improved when we actually combine as two companies into one.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Do you remember my question?
Something about Path 80.
The question was not about capital. It was, do you have plans to connect the systems?
We are speaking to, on all four of these lines, access points. We have not made any plans yet. We're continuing to have conversations, but there are no plans.
No studies?
We've already said we have studies. You showed that we have studies. That is not a concrete plan. It is not committing capital. It's not getting board approval to move forward with a large plan.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. If you'll go to page 14 of the transcript from the August 19th call, and let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
And there was a question from Nicholas Campanella that followed up on the cost savings. I believe he was asking you about your statements about the 5 to 7 EPS outlook and the cost savings associated with that. Do you see that question?
Yeah, that question, and you see that Ms. Lael answered the question.
Well, and then you followed up, I believe. Oh, I apologize. You're correct, Mr. Byrd. I apologize. I wanted to ask you about the question from Aidan Kelly of JP Morgan there. Do you see her question to you?
I do see his question, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that, Aidan. Okay, so the last portion of that question from Mr. Kelly was why now? Basically, that was the question, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer, you said it's what's happening in the utility space today and the growth and the exciting growth, right? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And this is growth that you haven't seen in the last 2 decades, fair?
The whole utility industry hasn't seen this type of growth.
Okay. And the last portion of that first paragraph of your answer is the necessity to be able to capture that is driving the merger, yes?
I talked to the importance of scale and why it's important for us to get together.
And yes, and scale is extremely important. These are your words. Scale is going to be extremely important for us to do that. My question to you, Mr. Bird, is by doing that, you mean by capturing data center growth, yes?
Capturing growth for all aspects, not just data centers, any growth that we're going to see in our system. We could see electrification, we could see onshoring, we can see a lot of growth. There's an expectation in this country we're going to see a lot more growth, and we better be ahead of it, not behind it. Okay, sorry. We need to get ahead of it, not behind it, and we need to be able to finance it in order to serve our customers, regardless of who those customers are. And our ability to do that will be enhanced with this merger.
And the IRP, again, models historical growth over the last 10 years from residential customers as flat, yes?
I think all growth is relatively flat.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bird, I want to follow up on the regulatory diversification piece that we had started to discuss. You gave a number of statements to investors and interviews regarding this transaction, didn't you?
Sure. Are you asking me to look at our particular document?
I am, and we'll get there. It is tab 17 in this book.
Yes, I see it.
And this is a transcript from a interview that you gave with Stan Parker from Montana Public Broadcasting, correct?
It is.
Okay. And Northwestern Energy Group filed this with the SEC under Rule 425, right?
I don't know what the rule would be, but we filed it with the SEC.
Okay. And you're familiar with this interview. You remember giving this?
I do.
Okay. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about your interview with Mr. Parker. Just to set the context, you're talking about the proposed transaction, yes?
I've talked to Mr. Parker a couple times. This one is associated with the merger.
Okay, thank you. So these pages aren't numbered, but if you would go to the third page of the document in the book here, and it has on top the Stan Parker and the word, he says cool. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
We are on the same page.
Okay. So Mr. Parker asks you what the significance is of having a rate base diversified by regulatory jurisdiction. Do you see his question?
I do.
Okay. And was it your answer to Mr. Parker that as we sit here today, Montana has about 85 to 90% of Northwestern's rate base?
I do. I agree.
Okay. And then it was your answer that in the middle there, that on a going forward basis, Montana will still be the largest utility of the 8-state entity, yes?
It is. I do say that.
Okay. It'll just be 30% and not 90%, correct?
Yes, I say that.
Okay. And that diversity, as we talked about earlier, from a regulatory perspective, that's helpful to the shareholders, right?
Objection asked and answered already.
Ms. Turnell, is it a different question?
I have a follow-up. I just wanted to establish that we were all there. That's helpful to the shareholders, Mr. Bird, yes?
It's helpful to shareholders, and I actually think it's helpful to all of our customers as well. I think from a shareholder perspective, if they see the overall performance because of this diversity reduces risk for shareholders, people will be more attracted to our stock. They'll be more attracted to our debt, and that will reduce our cost of that capital, both equity and debt. So diversity, when investors hate, they hate risk. And diversity eliminates risk, doesn't eliminates it, reduces risk. Scale reduces risk. And this transaction brings both of those things. And so I believe it benefits all our customers because all of our financing is going to be providing for customers. And so I think it does provide a benefit to customers in addition to shareholders.
Would you agree with me that captive ratepayers hate high prices?
And in the United States today, affordability is the number one issue facing all utilities. And yes, I would tell you that particularly those folks that have a difficult time paying their bills, everything's more expensive. Utilities have a good job keeping their rates relatively low. And I think you heard yesterday, we have rates well below the national average. And so we're going to continue to work really hard to keep costs down for customers. And one way we can do that is through this merger. And so, yes, customers hate rate increases. They hate it. They hate increases of everything. So yeah, it is something they do not care for.
By customers, you also mean data centers, yes?
All customers would like to have as low a cost as they can, but data centers today understand they are no longer a price maker. They are a price taker. And commissions across this country have gotten to the point where we are not going to provide an incentive to you to come in our state. We're going to make sure that you pay for everything you need to. And we have put in place in front of this commission a large new load tariff that does exactly that. We've looked at what others have done to protect their customers, and we've done that. That's a great topic for that topic.
So that docket is pending before this commission, correct?
It's in its early innings, indeed.
Not final.
Absolutely not final.
Okay. And this commission's authority to decide what that large load tariff will look like for the data centers is, as we sit here today, we have Northwestern has 90% of the rate base, correct?
You're saying Montana has?
Yes.
Yes.
And after this transaction, if the commission approves it, it will have 30% of that 8 statewide rate base, right? That's your testimony?
Regardless of the size of the
Mr.
entity,
Bird,
I have confidence.
Chair, I would ask the commission, I would ask.
We're going to go one at a time. Okay. And Mr. Bird, you are wandering a little bit, more than a little bit from the answers. And I understand you have information you want to present to the commission, but let's save that for your redirect. And Ms. Turnell, if you just go ahead and recite or restate your question. And I think more than a yes or no answer would be helpful, but let's just keep on point. Thank you.
So the question, Mr. Bird, is that you have a large load tariff pending before the commission. And as we sit here today, this commission has regulatory jurisdiction over what is currently 90% of Northwestern's rate base. Agree?
Yeah, 85 to 90, I said yes.
Okay. And after this commission acts on this, if it should approve it, it will have regulatory oversight of what will be 30% of the regulated rate base of this 8-state enterprise. Agree?
I've agreed to that before. I'll
Okay.
agree to it again.
Thank you. So as we look at that post-merger transaction, which is up there on the easel, and it's Jones Exhibit 2, can you see that? Can you see that?
Barely.
Okay.
Ms. Turnell, I was wondering, you have the org charts in your exhibits too. So can you point us back to that tab where this is at?
This is tab 19, Madam Chair.
Okay. And just to help us be clear, tab 19 has 4 different organizational charts, and then up on your display board, there's one. So did you copy an actual org chart from the exhibits, or did you combine them into that display that you've placed it on the easel?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. And if you'll permit me to explain.
I will.
What happened is the Jones post-merger org chart has an arrow pointing down. from each one. And so this is, if you put all of those on one page, this is what you get. If you look at where she has arrows pointing down to what is the subsidiaries of each of the subs of the proposed parent, you get to the enterprise-wide. All of the subs on one page is what is up here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Byrd, my question in terms of the post-merger enterprise-wide structure is that this commission's regulatory jurisdiction over what happens next is a function of Northwestern's role in this post-merger company. Yes? Do you agree with that?
I would
In
I
terms
would
of-
say that it's associated with Northwestern Corporation and ring-fenced appropriately to protect Montana customers and represents what's shown up as Northwestern Corporation. That's what the MPSC would have jurisdiction over. That's the Montana assets.
And so after we go forward at post-transaction, the decisions about where capital is invested are going to be made by the controlling interest of the parent company, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And the value from all of those subs going across on this post-merger company, the value is going to be pulled out through decisions made at the parent company level, yes?
Could you explain pulled out, please?
Well, let's take Colstrip, the Puget share of Colstrip, for example. So
Okay.
looking at the value of the Puget share of Colstrip, you acquire that for $0, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you are looking at contracting that. Do you have a current contract for that share?
Madam Chair, sorry, Mr. Byrd. I'm just going to renew my objection on the grounds of relevance of going into this level of detail concerning the Colstrip acquisition of Puget, or Northwestern's acquisition of Colstrip Puget.
Counselor?
Madam Chair, this goes directly to what this commission is being asked to do as a function of this transaction. This commission is being asked to cede its authority and oversight of where these Colstrip shares are going to be used, how the costs and values of those shares are going to be allocated, and how the parent company is going to be making decisions about the value and the cost of those shares. Whether or not this commission decides to give up its ability to direct how those shares are used is central to the question of this transaction. And it should not make any decision on this merger absent a full evidentiary record on how those shares are held, where they're being allocated, and how they will be used going forward.
Madam Chair, if I may.
You may.
As this commission knows, Northwestern made the decision to put the Puget share in a separate entity from the regulated utility independent of the merger. These two things have nothing to do. Ms. Trinnell is conflating the issues. This is not relevant to this merger docket. If she wants to ask questions about capital and how capital would be deployed, that's fair for this merger, but specific to the details of Puget is not.
Okay. The chair finds Ms. Trinnell's made a valid point and overrules the objection. You can use Puget as an example, Ms. Trinnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Byrd, using the Puget share of Colstrip as an example, Northwestern acquired that share for $0, correct?
Yes, I answered that. And yes, you're correct.
Okay. Do you have a contract with respect to that share to any off-taker as we sit here today?
We do. Yes.
Who is that?
Believe that's not confidential information. It's Mercuria.
And how long is the term of that contract for?
I think through the third quarter of 2027.
Okay. And do you know where Mercuria is selling that share to?
I do not.
Okay.
Chair, objection.
Okay, there is an objection, and Counselor, this is going afield. Use 370 as an example of a subsidiary as it relates to the merger. That's fine, but going into the details that you're going down right now is going afield.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Bird, what's the value of that contract?
I do not know the value of the contract.
There's an objection. It's sustained. The question's been answered. So let's stay away from those details and talk specifically about how it relates to the merger.
The money from that contract would flow up to the parent company, yes?
Yes, it would flow to the money, both gains and losses from any contract would flow to the parent.
Okay. And today that parent is Northwestern Corporation, correct?
No, it's not. It's Northwestern Energy Group.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction. And there's nobody above Northwestern Energy Group today.
Not today.
Okay. But tomorrow, post transaction, that value will flow up to the Black Hills parent company, yes?
It'll flow up to the Bright Horizons company. Black Hills will no longer exist.
And Black Hills is a controlling interest of Bright Horizons, correct?
As the CEO of the combined entity, I would like to say that they have fiduciary duties to Bright Horizon. There's no longer a control of this entity or that entity. And as the CEO of this company, who's represented Montana and the rest of our states for 23 years, I'm going to look at this differently than possibly Ms. Trinnell's taking me. I think what we've done for Montana's Northwestern Corporation has been fantastic, and that will be in the back of my mind as I make decisions as the CEO of this company, and I want to make sure we're continuing to make the appropriate investments in this state to continue to serve this state.
Anything more?
I could go on if you'd like.
No, I don't. I just asking some questions, and the question was the value goes to the parent company, which is controlled by Black Hills, and I think your answer was
I'm going to
yes.
say no to that. It's not going to be Black Hills.
But the value is flowing up to that parent.
It's not
corporate.
blowing up to Black Hills.
It is flowing up to the parent corporation, yes.
Which will be Bright Horizon.
Okay. Let's go to tab 60 in the binder. Mr. Bird.
Madam Chair, there, tab 60?
60?
No, tab 60.
I don't
Sorry.
think it goes that high.
It's exhibit 60, which is actually not in the binder, but was passed out yesterday. And I don't know if that's still up there on the witness stand, is it?
Is it the S4?
It's, the S4 is the first one, which was exhibit 59. And then behind that, these were not tabbed, but it's marked as exhibit 60. And it's the Northwestern Energy Group transcript from your Q1 earnings call of April 30th.
I have it. Let
Um,
me just, if I could, just make sure that that is exactly it, please.
Sure.
Yes, and as I find the document, it's marked 350 Montana Exhibit 60,
Yes.
and it was admitted yesterday. And it was handed out by Ms. Trinnell. It was not in the binder, but it was handed out. Hard copies were handed out. And it is Northwestern Energy Group, Inc. on the front page. Ms. Trinnell, do you happen to have any more copies of?
I have an extra copy.
Our counselor could use a copy. Thank you. Is everybody on the same page with Exhibit 60?
I believe so.
Ms. Trinnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Byrd, this is a transcript of your earnings call from April 30th that you were on, and this was admitted into evidence. And I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about some of your statements on this earnings call from Q1. And just for context, this is the first quarter that Northwestern has any information about holding the Puget and Avista shares, correct?
Yeah, it's the first quarter where we actually do own those, both Avista and Puget shares, correct?
Okay. So on this earnings call is the first time you're actually giving investors some information about what that ownership is going to look like.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think we've talked about the assets and how we've used the assets prior to this call, but it's the first quarter that we've actually had them in our possession.
Okay. Were you here and are you aware that Ms. Lael's answer in here was the incremental costs of Colstrip are about 12 million a quarter?
Could you show me where in the document that is?
Certainly. So this was Ms. Lael's representation. If you look at the bottom of page 2 right there.
Okay, I see that.
Okay. And then from there on to page 3 at the 4th paragraph there where Ms. Lael says on a quarterly basis, you can think about that generally running about 12 million a quarter. That's what I'm talking about. And just to make sure that we're on the same page, just above that, she's talking about the incremental costs of this additional Colstrip share. And it was her statement that she said, we expect the annual operating cost to be approximately 48 million related to that incremental ownership.
I do see that.
Okay. And then, Mr. Byrd, I want to ask you about what you were saying in this call. So I just wanted to set the stage and the context with that background and those questions. So going to your statements here and what you were answering in response, well, you were giving the presentation, and then we'll get into the question and answers later. On the top of page 4 and the third paragraph there, you start talking about the merger.
Correct.
Okay. And it's your statements to the investors that putting these two companies together will double your rate base going forward, correct?
Yeah, correct. Two similarly sized company coming together. Rate base is about the same size as shown on the previous schedule. That is correct.
Okay. And that's what's going to get you from 4 to 6 to 5 to 7. Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Lael explained yesterday really what achieved for us getting from 4 to 6 to 5 to 7%. And I think also I pointed out, I think she pointed out that data centers were not part of that in order to get us from 4 to 6 to 5 to 7%. It was combining two balance sheets, is pulling some costs out of the business primarily, but she is obviously the witness on that. I thought did a nice job talking about that yesterday.
And I'm asking about what you're telling the investors last week or 2 weeks ago. So what you say here is regarding your investment opportunities. This is a benefit to shareholders. This is your statement here, right?
If the 4 to 6 to 5 to 7% comment?
Yes.
As I said, yes, that is a benefit to shareholders. Ultimately, if we are benefiting shareholders, we're going to attract capital that's going to be lower cost capital for our customers. So it is a good thing for all stakeholders.
Okay. And then down at the bottom of that page, you're giving an update on the Quantica development agreement, yes?
I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance.
Ms. Chernell,
I,
how does it relate to the merger?
The line, yes. So he's directly talking about the merger and their CapEx spending. And on this page and the next, it's Mr. Bird's testimony that to this commission that none of their current planned CapEx is allocated for data centers. And in this call, my line of questions will elicit his statements that say they have a development agreement with a data center that's over 1 gigawatt. And I want to know where they're going to get the money to do that and how the costs of that are going to be allocated throughout this ongoing transaction, who's going to pay for it and who's going to decide. And those are questions that are right front and center in this transaction for the commission to figure out.
Counselor?
Madam Chair, the details of the Quantica project and some of the information on this slide, I think this is a conversation with our investors about our first quarter at Northwestern. It talks about many things, so we can't conflate just because it's about data centers. It's also that's connected to the merger. I continue to urge the commission to deny this line of questioning as irrelevant.
Okay, and Ms. Chernell, point the commission to the paragraph that you're speaking to right now.
I'm talking about page 5, where he is talking about the ESA with Quantica.
Okay, so, Ms. Chernell, as I'm reading this and my counsel sitting next to me, there is a section at the top near the top of page 4 where Mr. Bird addresses, it starts out with regarding the merger with Black Hills, and then there's several paragraphs addressing the merger. And then after that, down near the bottom of the page, he says regarding data center process and progress, and I think they're separated out. So the merger is up there in those prior paragraphs, the way I'm reading this. And if you have a correction for me, please let me know. But at this point, I think that those paragraphs where Mr. Bird is discussing the merger is where our discussion needs to be.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will just note for the record, and I appreciate the clarification. I'm happy to go on with the line of questions here. And I do want to clarify that for the record that these things are happening at the same time and have significant impacts for the commission. And the request to silo these and to ask the commission to put on blinders and only look at one small thing in one small way is fundamentally evidentiary incorrect. And my line of questions started out with an impeachment of Mr. Bird, whose testimony to this commission is that the merger has nothing to do with data centers. Everything that he has represented to the investors from the get-go to last week has been all about how this transaction is a great deal for its shareholders because of data center opportunities. They cannot be separated.
Ms. Chernell, the commission was really very thoughtful and worked hard over the weekend, including Mother's Day, all day Sunday, to separate out your data responses that were relevant to the merger and those which weren't. And so there is a delineation that I think you can identify by which data responses were admitted yesterday. And again, this, where's that paragraph at? When you go to page 5 of the document you're talking about, the bottom, the almost last paragraph in there says the other thing I would say here is back to the merger conversation. So obviously the discussion here is separated out. Again, as I pointed out, so there's discussion about the merger, then there's discussion about data centers, and then at the bottom of page 5 it says I want to go back to the merger conversation. They are separated, and we need to be careful about that. This is not an open-ended hearing about data centers.
Okay.
And you've done I will say you've done a good job so far of pointing out the relationship between data centers in these presentations to shareholders and that type of thing and how they relate. So let's just try to narrow it to that if we can.
Thank you. So just on that page, as long as we're there on page 5, I just want to talk about the Colstrip impact of that piece. And Mr. Byrd, you're referencing the Puget share of Colstrip there. Do you see that in the middle of the page where you talk, the beginning is Colstrip on slide 19. Are you with me?
I do see that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may object, I mean, this is in the same section that you just accurately pointed out is not about the merger. So I would ask that council not be allowed to ask about it as it's irrelevant.
Madam Chair,
Counselor.
in the next paragraph, it's Mr. Byrd's statement to investors that it's the company's desire to move Puget into the regulated rate base. How, whether, who decides, the value, the cost, all of those questions are very central to the commission's authority, which it has now in a fairly significant way and will have in a much reduced way post-transaction. So my questions are about the plans for how they handle Colstrip, which is a big issue for the Montana Commission. And it shouldn't let go of its authority over that without understanding all of the impacts.
Your point is noted,
Thank you.
Counselor.
Madam Chair, if I might, this commission is not losing any authority or regulatory jurisdiction over the Montana utility. And if we want to move Puget back into the Montana utility, this commission is going to have full authority to decide that issue. So having this conversation, which is a very important conversation, just not in this docket.
Madam Chair, may I?
I-
This is an important piece, I think, for the commission.
Mr. Now, I don't think you need to. The objection is overruled. And to the point that overruled, to the point that Ms. Turnell was making her point, I think it's relevant. And that is regarding the handling of this asset under the new leadership that would occur if the merger's approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Byrd, you're talking about Colstrip to investors here. And just to clarify, in that paragraph that starts with Colstrip on slide 19, are you with me there?
I am.
Okay. And it was your statement to the investors that you procured the Puget 370 to have control, yes?
Yes, I think for our sake, we wanted to protect our existing 222 and the Avista piece. Western states have policies that no coal could be provided to their states in 27 or at the end of start of 27 start of 26 for Oregon, and I believe it's the start of 28, Washington, and then for Oregon. I've got those mixed up. So they want to get out, and I believe their states would like to see Colstrip closed. We understood that was a risk, and even getting Avista get us to resource adequate, after a while, we realized that wasn't good enough. Because even if we get that and now someone makes decisions, we only have 30% vote. Someone else makes decisions to close Colstrip on the coldest days of the year and the hottest days of the year, we're going to have difficulty serving our customers. So the reason we bought the Puget piece is to provide that protection for our customers. We own 55% of Colstrip. We're going to decide what's going to happen with Colstrip in the future, not an out-of-state interest. And so from our perspective, I wanted to make that clear here on our first quarter call. And if you look at our second quarter call, I say it again.
Well, this is first quarter of 26. So sorry.
I know, understand it is.
Yeah.
I said, I will say it again, if you will, on the July, which we'll say it again in the second quarter
Great.
call. I'll say it again.
Great. And I really appreciate this, Mr. Byrd. And I would just want to point out here on this chart, because what you're telling the commission is control is important. Yes. That's what you just said.
It is.
Okay. And your decisions about how you use Colstrip are really important. That's what you just said, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what happens with this transaction is Northwest Energy Group becomes a subsidiary of what will be Bright Horizon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what if Bright Horizon and the board, the 6-member board, is all of a sudden taken over by a bunch of greenies who hate coal? And they vote 6-5, no more coal, out, you're done. You don't have any say over that, do you?
That is correct.
Okay, so we lose control over how Colstrip is used with this transaction, don't we?
No, you just used a hypothetical of mentioning a 6-member board, which doesn't exist. It'll be an 11-member board of Bright Horizon, and they will make decisions in the best interest of their customers. If sometime in the future, the operation of Colstrip is no longer in the best interest of customers, I'd expect the board to make that decision. As we sit here today, and with the management that you're going to see from these two organizations coming together, I see Colstrip extremely important to the future of Montana. And it's someday when Colstrip, as it sits today, is no longer needed as a coal-fired entity, I see opportunity. Is it gas-fired? Is it nuclear? Is it some technology that's not even available today? But I see Colstrip as the town of Colstrip and that community is going to be important for the resources of this state to serve our customers. And as the CEO of the company, I'm certainly going to continue to have that opinion.
Mr. Bird, would you be willing to commit as a condition of the merger that Puget share would be assigned to Montana's residential customers?
I think what we're trying to do with the large new load tariff is to say right now that entity is not necessary for customers. And why would we burden those customers today? 2 reasons why Puget's helping customers today already. One, that it's not needed. They don't need that entity. And we bought that piece to protect our existing Colstrip pieces. So that's the first reason.
Okay.
The second reason is customers don't need that today. We're long energy, and we're actually at the right amount of capacity. And so we don't need that today. And we're actually helping customers today because we're not burdening them with $30 million of annual operating costs. And until our demand goes up enough to serve those customers with Puget, we don't think it should be in our state regulated. But if this commission and has ample opportunity to observe the facts and make a decision, we collectively, I agree, will make the right decision for our customers, whether to approve a large new load tariff. And if so, we would gladly put the Puget share in the state regulated entity.
So, Mr. Bird, let's go back to my question. Will Northwestern Energy commit to the commission as a condition of the merger that it will assign the Puget share to the Montana utility?
I would say no,
Okay,
because I
thank
think
you.
it would hurt customers if we did that today.
That's fine. Thank you. So you're not willing to commit to that.
Ms. Trinnell, I'd like the witness to finish the answer to that question.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
I'd like the witness to finish. You said he's not willing to commit to that. And I think there was more to the answer than I'm not willing to commit. I think it was a caveated answer, and I'd like the commission to hear it.
I wanted to clarify at the end of the current contracted term.
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Bird.
I would say if we can demonstrate a need for our customers and they can burden those costs, we would commit to do that. But we need to demonstrate it's in the best interest of customers, and this commission is best to make that decision.
So would you then commit as a condition of the merger to seek cost recovery for any share under conditions that are analogous to the Avista 222 megawatt share that's currently in service under the PCAM?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm asking whether or not you would be willing to commit as a condition of the merger to have the Puget share treated similarly to the Avista share.
I think if the commission thinks that's a good decision, that's something we could consider.
Thank you. As we sit here today, Mr. Byrd, does Northwestern Energy intend to use that Puget share to use it to hold it in the unregulated affiliate and to use it post contract, which runs in 27, as you discussed, to serve data centers in Montana?
That is a possibility.
Is that a discussion that you have had with Quantica?
Objection, relevance.
He just said it was a possibility, so I think it's fair for the commission to know with whom.
Yeah.
Give me a little more context. I was making a note, so
Yeah. And
catch me up, please.
And Madam Chair, so the question was whether or not Northwestern intended to use the Puget share to serve data centers. The follow-up question was whether or not we've had conversations with Quantica about that, and I objected on relevance. I would also note that any conversations with Quantica or a potential customer at this point are also confidential.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Byrd, I want to ask you about a letter that Northwestern wrote to the commission regarding its treatment of the different shares of Colstrip, and that is in the binder at Exhibit 6.
Oh, item 6, you said?
Tab 6.
Tab 6?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so this letter is dated November 11th, and it's from Northwestern regarding the acquisition of additional Colstrip shares. You were asked, Northwestern was asked how it intended to treat these shares, and you responded. Are you familiar with Northwestern's response and intention of how it intends to handle its Colstrip shares?
I remember the letter. I'd have to reread it here to fully answer your question.
Okay. I want to move this into the record, Madam Chair. This is a public statement that was written. It's actually, I mean, the commission could take administrative notice of what's in its own.
Can you
records.
please cite the document?
It's at tab 6, and it's the November 11th, 2025 Northwestern response to an inquiry from the commission about acquisition of additional Colstrip shares.
Thank you. Counselor Norcott.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would object on the grounds of relevance and again, this is Rule 403. It's cumulative and it's about how Northwestern plans to handle the Puget share. It has no connection to this merger, so I would lodge that objection again for the record.
Mr. Nell, can you please explain why you're seeking admission of this document in relation to the merger?
So certainly it was Mr. Byrd's testimony. I believe that they don't need Puget to serve current load. I may not have elicited that yet, and I would like to inquire about that. So then if it's unnecessary for current load, who is it going to serve? Who is it going to benefit? Who decides? Where does the value of that go? And how are those costs allocated? That's directly in front of the commission as part of this acquisition
And
transaction.
Madam Chair, if I may,
You may.
what Ms. Trinnell said, she's already discussed. Mr. Byrd already indicated, he was asked if we intend to use the Puget's share to serve data centers, and he answered that's a possibility. So I don't know if this needs to go any further and that this document in any way is necessary to this particular hearing, again, under Rule 403 of the Montana Rules of Evidence.
Okay, I need a little clarification here. Mr. Byrd, I believe Counselor Trinnell had asked you if the PU 370 shares could be a condition of the merger, if you would be willing to consider that or agree to that. And I believe your answer was if the commission found that was the right thing to do, that it could be. Did I read that right? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, the one thing I would just suggest, Madam Chair, is that, I don't want it to be conflated, was the word of the day, with the merger. It shouldn't be. But if the commission felt that that was important and we got full cost recovery for that asset, and with an expectation that as demand increases to meet that, I would expect that the commission would approve that. But I'd be interested as to why that commission would want to make that decision today if that need's not there. But if that was something the commission felt was important, again, with full cost recovery, I could get comfortable with that. In essence, in order to prove this merger.
Counselor?
I can follow up with my questions here. I can continue.
All right, I'll go ahead and for now, we'll hold off on admitting anything and you can continue your questioning.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
yeah.
I apologize if I might, we are approaching 12:30 and
We
I'm
are.
wondering if maybe we can have a break for lunch at this point.
Ms. Trinnell, how much longer do you think you need?
I think I'm willing to, I don't, this shouldn't be an endurance contest for the witness or anyone.
You
And
have quite a bit left for him.
I think I can probably wind up, but I will probably be more efficient if I can go review a little bit
Okay.
and come back.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think everyone could use a break. So we will take a lunch break and we will go off the record shortly. We will return at 1:30 p.m. So it is now 12:23 p.m. and we are off the record for lunch.
Can I leave this here? Can I just leave this here?
All right, this hearing is back in order. The time is 1:33 p.m. and we are back with witness Brian Bird and Ms. Trinnell's questions in cross-examination.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Bird.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple here as a kind of wrap up. Mr. Bird, you answered some data requests, and I want to direct you to your answer to MCC 15, which I believe is in the record. So if we could get MCC 15A in front of you, please.
I have it in front of me.
Okay, thank you. And this was regarding merger impacts. Do you see that?
I'd like to read if I could real quick.
Certainly. It's not an exhibit in our binder.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've had a chance to read at least response A.
That's all I'm going to ask you about. You were asked in this data request to quantify any impact, positive or negative, that the merger would have on rates in Montana, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just read the last sentence at the bottom of this first page?
Put simply, the merger will not harm customers and does not expose customers to any new operational or business-related risks or directly related costs.
The last sentence at the bottom of page A, where you say the joint applicants, that sentence right there, could you read that, please?
Sure. The joint applicants have not conducted any studies quantifying rate impacts.
Thank you. Mr. Bird, would you be willing, as a condition of the merger, to agree to a rate freeze for 10 years?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Bird, much of the discussion we had this morning about the merger regarded things that you and Black Hills intend to do together. My question for you is, can you identify for the commission any activities and projects that you cannot do on a standalone basis using private contracts, joint development agreements, third-party commitments?
I would say that certain projects, transmission lines, generation projects, there are partnerships in those. But to capture the benefits that we want to for customers, we're going to have to be a merged entity to do that.
Because of the financial requirements?
Because of a lot of reasons. Obviously, the financing benefits I've talked about, the reduced costs that we can achieve by having the entities combined, all of that's only going to be available if and when we merge. If we don't do those things, two well-run companies today who have been very, very efficient, provide very cost-effective services, aren't going to be able to capture the same benefits that you would capture with this merger. And so
financial benefits, yes.
there ultimately could be reduced cost to customers. To customers, certainly that's a financial benefit.
Mr. Bird, this morning you made a personal commitment to Montana about how you want things to go going forward. Did I hear you right?
Yes, you did.
Okay. What if you get fired?
Yeah, if I get fired, I won't be making decisions for the company anymore.
Mr. Bird, Did you know Bob Gannon?
I did not know Bob Gannon.
Okay. Madam Chair, that's the end of my questions, and I do have some exhibits that I want to move into the record, but we can go to commission questions.
Okay. We will turn now to commission questions regarding the testimony of Mr. Byrd. Commissioner Pinocci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the bottom of page 8, you talk a little bit about Winifred.
Commissioner Pinocci, could you please reference the document that you're talking about? It should have a name or stamp on it.
BBB8,
Okay.
starting on line 20. I understand it's his testimony.
Madam Chair, I believe it's the direct testimony.
Is that the right testimony?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's not a matter of if it's right. We're just trying to get to where you are. So just
BBB8,
thank you.
line 20.
And we'll give the witness a chance to get to that as well.
Sure. Oh, he'll remember.
I got it. I got it. Thank you.
Talk a little bit about Winifred. Okay.
Well, I will. We received words that community wasn't being appropriately served by the provider at that point in time, and we were asked in some ways to come in and help that community and provide service to that community and make sure they were appropriately served.
Well, and let's talk about that success. You were able to lower rates. You were able to improve monthly billing. It wasn't going out on a timely fashion. I had a complaint where the door was open to a compressor room in the middle of winter. So it was in pretty bad shape. So when you were able to come in, you were able to improve the price. You were able to improve the performance and improve things like monthly billing. Now, the reason I think that's important is when you do this merger, I don't think we're going to see any improvements. And here's why. Northwest Energy does a great job on doing repairs. The monthly billing is done on time. In fact, when I'm back in Washington and we look at other utilities performance, Northwest Energy is top drawer. When you say that you're going to improve, just what's going to be improved the day after the merger? Because I don't see how we're going to have any noticeable improvement. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that's a good question. You're going to have two well-run utilities. Appreciate the compliment, Commissioner Pinocci. You're going to have two well-run utilities, but who can learn from each other from a best practices perspective, and we continue to do things better, and we'll have a partner to help, if you will, and we combine as one entity to look at how we do things and how we run the company to be even more efficient, to do what we did in Winifred and do it even more cost effectively. From an operational standpoint, we're not suggesting we're going to do a lot of changes, but there are also costs, if you will, that at a corporate entity where you don't need two auditors, two CEOs, all of those cost savings ultimately are going to accrue back to customers in future rate reviews. And so from an efficiency standpoint, we're going to be able to provide the same great service, but at a lower cost. And when I say lower cost, a reduced ask of what we would do on a standalone basis. Not here to say that costs are going to come down as a result of this. We continue to invest a significant amount in our system, which requires rates to go up. And our expenses are going up like every other business. So one of the reasons we're doing this merger is to help reduce those costs to offset some of those increases otherwise. So we're going to be able to provide the same great service. I believe we're going to be able to provide it at a lower cost than we would otherwise on a standalone basis.
All right, but I got to get back to the question. When you took over Sleepy Hollow, the improvements were the next day. Billing was done on time. Rates were cheaper. What are they going to see the next day? In my opinion, I don't think they're going to see any improvement. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Okay, I think on, day one, we're going to try to do is, we're not trying to impact customers on day one. We don't want to, on day one, we want to be the same company you're seeing today, the same service, same employees, everything. I'm going to say Northwestern Energy. And on day one, you're going to see very little change. So the service is going to continue to stay at a very, very high level. We don't want to impact that service, but over time, we're going to want to try through best practices. What are we going to do to be even more efficient in that service, to provide even better quality service? And how can, as a total company, how can we reduce costs? That may not change all on day one, but in the first year and the second year and the third year, as we get more efficient, that cost for those customers, like you said, are going to come down. Our expectation is the amount of increases will be less than you would have seen otherwise with this merger than not without. On a standalone basis, we're doing all we can from a cost perspective.
Ms. Trinnell brought up a good point that it looks like we're going to have more out-of-state control than we do now. Now, most ratepayers, their experience is this: a company that's well-run, and I think Northwestern is, with a good track record of getting repairs done quickly, is going to say, if we have more out-of-state control and a bigger footprint outside of Montana, should they trust that maintenance is going to improve over what I believe to be a stellar record? Why should they trust that? Because most Montanans' experience is this: a company that is mostly owned in Montana and becomes mostly owned out of state or more owned out of state, the performance usually doesn't increase. It usually decreases, right? How do I answer that?
Yeah, but three things. First, I'd say Northwestern Corporation, when it bought the Montana T&D assets, you could argue that was an out-of-state utility buying Montana's assets. And in fact, regardless of where those employees worked, we were focused on providing great service to all of our jurisdictions. So I understand you appreciate that. So I'd expect it to be the same thing here. If you have two fine run companies coming together, it's the top two leaders, if you will, from both of those companies coming together to make this company to have that same commitment of service. The second thing I'd say is your comment, what do I say to my customers? I'd say because these two well-run companies coming together, they're finding ways to reduce costs that they can't do on a standalone basis. And that ultimately is going to slow or make future rate increases less than they would be otherwise. They're addressing affordability more than they could on a standalone basis. They're going to have lower financing costs. They're going to take advantage of working with vendors to have reduced costs and the expenses they incur and the capital investment they have. And they're going to share best practices. It's going to be even a better, well-run company. And that's what I would communicate.
Well, I'll be watching to see if we improve our repair times. That'll be a tall order to make.
One third thing, if I could, I really appreciate what you said about Sleepy Hollow and Winifred. And then the third thing I'd say is those same Montana employees who showed up and provided that great service are going to be the same ones that are going to be providing the great service to Montanans on the going forward basis. That's not changing. Local leadership. We're going to continue to have local leadership and people in those communities. We're not bringing linemen from other states or anything else or gas personnel. It's going to be the Montanans that are serving you today.
Okay, but the Sleepy Hollow was a small purchase, but huge improvement. This is a multi-billion-dollar purchase, and there's not going to be any improvement on rates.
No, I would argue this. First of all, it's not a purchase. Remember, it's a merger of equals. And I think in future rate reviews, we're so confident you're going to see downward pressure in costs. We were willing to give a $10 million credit up front. You are going to see downward pressure. You're going to see increases as utilities continue to invest in their business. You're going to continue to see rate increases. I'm not saying you're not going to see rate increases. I expect they're going to be less than if Northwestern came in and did it on their own. Because if we have to go raise the capital on our own and to make these investments to serve customers, that ask that I would provide you at that time is going to be higher than the ask you would receive from this merged company. We're going to be able to have lower asks in future rate reviews.
All right, my last question is data centers. And I don't mean to beat a dead horse here. I want everybody to know that I have several emails to me with high concerns of data centers. And here's kind of what they're saying. In other areas in the United States where data centers have went in, rates have went up, and they're blaming the data centers. There's concerns about water. All right. Now, a few months ago, I may have got the call from you, subject to check. I got a call from someone at Northwestern that said, hey, a data center's going in and we wanted to let you know we're going to work with them. And my first question was, do I tell the public about our conversation? The answer was yes. And I said, the first concern is, can I tell them that there'll be assurance that their rates won't go up? And I believe what the answer was, we'll work as a team on this. Was that phone call with you or?
What we did before an announcement, I think on a letter of intent before an announcement of a letter of intent with a data center, believe I gave a phone call heads up that that's going to be news that's going to come out. And I did have that conversation. And I do agree that we're going to have to work together. And that's exactly what the large new load tariff is. The company is going to have to come up with a tariff, which we have, and file that in front of the commission. And we collectively are going to have to make decisions that are for the benefit of Montana customers before we are allowed to serve data centers in this state.
Well, my question is this, unless I'm misunderstanding, I thought we don't have any data center commitment. Did I misunderstand that? Or?
But when I talked about a letter of intent, it's early innings, if you will, in terms of, hey, a data center wants to do business here. They sign a letter of intent to move forward. We've recently signed development agreements also. That's a little where they actually put some money down for studies and other things. What ultimately, when a data center signs an energy services agreement, that's the real deal. We do not have those. We do not have any energy service agreements today with any data centers in Montana.
Okay, so the ratepayer is concerned that their rates are going to go up if a data center comes in. A question a ratepayer brought up to me is, why don't we charge them a higher rate, and that higher rate offsets the rate to the homeowner? Is that a possibility, or is?
Madam Chair, I will object on the grounds of relevance to this merger docket.
I'm going to sustain the objection, Commissioner. That would be a decision the commission would be confronted with in a rate case. When we're talking about the rates customers would be paying. So I would just be careful not to go too far down that track until we have evidence on that type of a proceeding in front of us to consider.
All right, well, I guess we got to go back to this. Data centers are a concern to the ratepayer. And I keep hearing data centers aren't part of this, but yet data centers are, because I got the phone call, there will be one, right? What do I tell the ratepayer?
Yeah, the phone call you had, the call we had nothing to do with the merger. It had to do with a data center, period. An announcement we were going to make on a data center. It had nothing to do with the merger. So from your question, though, about concerns about data centers, that is a concern nationwide. And I acknowledge it's a concern nationwide that people are concerned about. In some parts of the country, customers' rates have gone up because of data centers. And that's exactly why we, like many other states, are putting in place large new load tariffs. That's what we filed to protect customers so they aren't paying for data centers' costs. And data centers are required to not only pay for their costs, but make sure that any infrastructure build in advance, they're responsible for that. And so it is protecting customers. And that's what we filed here not too long ago.
All right, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bukacek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about a little bit, like Commissioner Croce did, about the public concerns about loss of Montana control with the merger. So Montana will remain the largest regulated territory, but it goes from 85 to 90% down to 30%, and that's 30% over 8 states. Now, Northwestern currently provides regulated utility services in South Dakota and Nebraska, as well as Montana, correct?
Correct.
And regulation oversight has been separate and distinct in these 3 states that are currently part of Northwestern Energy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it safe to say the separate and distinct state by state regulatory oversight will stay the same with the merger?
That each state will have the exact same jurisdiction over the entities that it regulates today.
Okay. Super. Now, as a condition of the merger, we've been talking about that. If Puget share was put into the rate base and that was a condition for approving the merger, and you said that that would require full recovery costs. So basically, you'd be asking for full cost recovery, even though the entity would not be serving customers.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that question. And here's, as I mentioned at the time too, I'm nervous about conflating the Colstrip issue with this issue. And as you know, that Puget 370 is already contracted to another party through the third quarter of 2027. And so from my perspective, and that concerned about Colstrip being in one docket and data centers being in large new load tariffs in that docket, my preference is I'm happy to have the conversation of how we can get Puget 370 into state regulated rates, but that's probably a better place to do that in the Colstrip docket than it would be in this merger docket.
Okay. I have some questions about executive salaries. Seems like there's a lot of misunderstanding about executive salaries.
Sure is.
I have a general understanding about it, but I have general questions about it, and then I have more specific questions. So for context, I'd like to ask the general questions. Can you describe in general how executive salaries and other compensations are determined?
Yeah, the board ultimately approves the compensation for each of the major executives of the organization. And what there's usually done is we look at what other utilities of similar size are paying their executives to make sure that we're being attractive, if you will, to attract the right folks to operate our utility. That's the basic premise. If I could expand upon that, I was surprised to hear yesterday in the opening remarks of Ms. Trudell that my salary was $16 million. If you'd like to see what my salary is, it's every year it's put in the proxy statement. And I can just tell you it's significantly less than 16 million. Earlier today, I heard that I would be receiving $13.9 million because of this merger. That would happen if I was fired. They would accelerate all. I think Ms. Lael did a nice job at describing that. So it's disappointing, and I believe a tad misleading to say big numbers like that. And it really has nothing to do with the merger. I'm paid when I'm paid representing Northwestern today. It had nothing to do with the merger.
So it is misrepresented in the press a lot. So to figure out, they need to attract top talent, is what you're saying.
Indeed, and
top talent and retain valuable employees.
Absolutely.
So that's part of the reason for the, okay. So is there anything different about how the joint applicants intend to determine executive salaries or other compensation?
I think what they will do, they will look at, again, now you're a part of a larger organization. And again, they'll look at compensation of a company of that size.
Okay. All right. So the joint applicants agree that golden parachute expenses will not ever be included in customer rates.
Correct.
Okay. And that has to do with if you're terminated, if executive is terminated. Are there other portions of executive salaries that will not be included in customer rates?
That's a good question. I believe Ms. Leo has been a great witness for this, but I've been a long time to think that I think there's portion of our long-term incentive that may not be included, is my recollection in rates.
Is there anybody else that I could ask later and get a little more detail?
Ms. Leo would love to answer that
She
question.
would love to answer. Okay. Because I think it's important. It's not as though your salary is directly paid for by the ratepayers. It's not as though your salary and the different compensation are directly paid for by the ratepayers. It's complex, and I'd like to understand that complexity. So I will ask Ms. Leo. Thank you. That's all.
Further commissioner questions? Commissioner Molnar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Byrd, in a year. Crystal Lale and others have talked about there's no risk because ratepayers are not receiving the 370 megawatts. That also means, and therefore they're not charged. That also means that those that are paying to use it, which in the case of the contracts is in the per contract that McCurrick, that I believe is $16.30 a megawatt. They're also not receiving the benefit of generation minus capital expenditure. So I think it's a bit disingenuous, maybe you can tell me why it's not, to say they're not being charged, but we're not going to let them have it. We're going to take it away from rate base. We're going to give it to McCure and they're going to sell it. And at a super cheap rate. Would you mind explaining to me why that is not some level of hiding the fact?
Yeah, make sure first of all, oh, go ahead.
Mr. Byrd, I apologize. I will object to this line of questioning. One, it assumes facts not in evidence. It's not relevant to this docket, and it's also argumentative.
Madam Chair, it's been talked about for about 3 days now, and it's always been ruled as absolutely appropriate. The entire thing from the FERC docket ER 26-129 has been discussed at length just a few moments ago. And I am simply asking why the statement is made the way it is made, and if it is not misleading, as to why it's accurate.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection, and I think it's a fair point, but I'll just ask that when you do state facts, you ask the witness if that is correct or not before you move on to the rest of your statement. So I think,
well,
Mr. Byrd, you've heard the question. Would you please answer?
Indeed. Commissioner Molnar, I would say it this way. Today, the Montana customers do not pay any costs associated with the Puget 370. It is ring fenced from the Montana customers. And again, I will say this is a benefit to customers in two ways. We bought the Puget piece to get to 55%. That is helping customers. That's helping the 30% that we owned already. And the second thing I'd say, the $30 million of operating costs for an asset that customers don't need today is not being burdened on those customers. Mercury is dealing with that aspect, not Montana Northwestern Corporation customers.
Madam Chair, Mr. Byrd, would you agree that if the 375 were put into the Montana residential commercial portfolio, as under economic dispatch, same way MISO does. It goes in and the customers use what they need, and then the balance could be sold to cover costs. If it didn't, it would go back to residential customers. That indeed, I'm not quite sure how far I can go into this, but the amount of requirement that we get out of our current portfolio on an average good day is 650 megawatts, and the need is 650 megawatts only on a couple of months out of the year. The rest of the time we're in the day ahead.
Mr. Commissioner Molnar?
I'm trying to preface the question so he'll understand.
I understand that, but if you would, when you make a statement like that, ask the witness if your statement is correct, and that way then you can move on to the rest of it. And I would caution that it needs to relate to the merger itself. Okay.
The 370 is related to the merger, and I'm talking about what he talked about, which is how does having it or not having it affect customers?
That's fine. Just slow down a little bit and ask the witness to affirm if the statement you make is correct before moving on to the next part of your statement.
Mr. Byrd, would you agree that we have at base plate, nameplate capacity about a little under 800 megawatts at our disposal for disbursement to the residential and commercial customers?
I don't know if I want to equate to the exact amount of capacity, but I will tell you with the 222 megawatts of a Vistas piece, we are at sufficient amount of capacity to serve customers today. And as I mentioned earlier, we're long energy on most days. So long energy and now adequate capacity.
Would you agree, subject to check, that it's a little under 800 megawatts for base plate capacity for our hydro, our wind, Colstrip 4, et cetera, currently in rate base? Subject to check. Nobody goes to jail on this.
I don't recall exactly the amount of megawatts from a capacity standpoint in rate base. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So then would you agree that if we use economic dispatch, we put in the no capital expenditure, which right now is 10% profit, I believe $16.30, instead of $70 from Colstrip 4, and I think it's about 50 from the hydro. I have no idea what Judith Gap Wind is, a few other things, but you add it all up. And you don't have that because you're not at full pull. You're not at 100% wind. And it comes out to be, on average, about 777 megawatts to 800 in a given day.
I don't agree. I think if Puget would have made sense to put from an economic dispatch perspective into rates where, again, customers are going to be incurred $30 million of operating costs associated with that asset. The Vista piece, and particularly where we sit today, we aren't always running the Avista piece. Obviously, we're long energy and many other resources, so we're not always running that. It's economic dispatch, even on that, some days isn't running. So my expectation, it wouldn't run on Puget. So we still would have to get recovery of all of our other costs.
Right. The other half of what I said is we did economic dispatch, starting from cheapest to most expensive in our portfolio. And there'd be a lot left over, which could go to the day ahead market. It could go to capacity sales. And if it, capacity sales doesn't even require an expenditure. And if you were recovering 50% of what you sold, and the ratepayers got 50% to cover their costs to cover your O&M, would that not be a benefit to them if it were dispatched in that manner? Whether we were long or short, everybody is held whole.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure how this is connected to the merger. I will object at this point.
It goes to merger, Madam Chair, because it is being claimed that it is of no value to customers. When if you go to $16.30 at the base, you come up with the cheapest electricity in the nation on billing to residential and commercial customers. That's why, if they're going to upload it to the umbrella company, this must be discussed as a possibility.
Madam Chair, if I might, I appreciate Commissioner Molnar trying to get to some of his questions, but he's also stating things that aren't in the record, like the $16, the megawatts. And so I worry about the record and muddying the issues with the
I
merger
mentioned
docket.
the $16.30 yesterday and nobody objected.
Commissioner, we do need to stay with the record testimony and not, I did admonish commissioners at the beginning of the hearing not to state their opinions and their own facts, but to review the record and ask witnesses about the facts that are in the record, the facts that they can testify to that are related to the merger specifically. So just be careful, because I think you're going into other arguments that would be better placed in a different docket than the merger. So make sure that your questions relate specifically to the merger and the uploading of an asset up to the parent company. That's fine. That's fair game.
Well, if the asset is uploaded to the parent company, that would have been great benefit to residential customers. I think that is part of this.
And Mr. Byrd can address that if you'd like him to.
Yeah, I would say this.
That's what I'm trying to get him to do, and he took off on a soliloquy on his own version of things.
I've said before that if we've determined that it's in the best interest of our customers and there's demand for that asset, and particularly as part of the large new load tariff discussion or other demonstrations that is beneficial to customers. We talk in our 2026 IRP that's just been released that we have sufficient capacity with the Avista piece alone. And I think that's probably where we should focus our attention is there. And a really good witness for that is Blue Lefebvre, who I believe is available to answer questions associated with that.
Madam Chair, maybe I'll ask Mr. Blue Lefebvre, but I would disagree that if you have enough, you have to pass up a good deal because we're going to upload it and use it for a data center development out of state. I think that is much like what was discussed. Would you do
Commissioner,
that because of
Commissioner,
one?
Commissioner Molnar, this is a hearing to hear from the witnesses, not to argue with the witnesses. If you disagree, there's a time and a place to make that disagreement, but this is not it.
Well, my concern is, and I agree with what you just said. My concern is like in the rate case, I did discuss things. It was said you didn't discuss them, should have this, should have that. I'm trying to make sure this stuff is on record.
If I could, Madam Chair.
Before you do, I just want to say, regardless of what you state, if it's not part of the record evidence, what you state is not record evidence. So just because you brought it up doesn't mean that it's something that we're going to be able to consider in this, unless it's related to the merger and the record evidence. And whatever the witnesses say and whatever the evidence is in the record is what we base our decision on, not on what you want to put in there that's not in there already. So just be careful about that and don't have false expectations. And Mr. Byrd would like to address part of that question to the extent it relates to the merger. I think you should.
Just one statement that was made, I just want to counter if I could. The comment that we would upload 370 to serve other states, there is no intention of doing that today. And so I don't know where you heard that. That's not our plans. We have put explicitly in the document that was shown on November 11th, what we would like to do with our interest in Puget 370. There are data centers that would like to come to this state and serve. And I think as part of a large new load tariff, that asset could be helpful. And if in fact that helps us get to a certain amount of demand, maybe it's also going to be beneficial to residential customers, which I think it could be. But as we sit here today, it's not. And I think our IRP addresses that issue.
Okay, Madam Chair, I really don't want to have the court reporter dig back in, but I think I remember very clearly it was stated yesterday by Crystal Whale that they would upload that to the parent company, and they can at any time they want.
Mr. Commissioner Molnar, that's a fair point. And if Mr. Byrd would like to address that, that's fair game because it was going to witness testimony.
Yeah, the upload comment was what are the cash flows, if you will, or earnings from that entity would be available to go up to the parent. I think that's where the upload, and maybe that's not a good word to use, but it wasn't that we're going to move the asset to somewhere else. So I hope that's clarification's helpful.
I believe we're on the same page with that.
Okay.
Real quick question, Madam Chair. The $16.30 is a matter of their FERC filing. It's not in this. So should I at some point offer it in? Do I have to bring it in? If that's going to be challenged, I've got the proof. It's not in here. It's certainly germane.
Counselor, would you like to address that? I think you had an objection on that fact or stated fact.
Yes, Madam Chair, my objection is that is not in this record, that is not part of the testimony that joint applicant with witnesses have addressed. If Mr. Commissioner Molnar would like to make a motion, we could address, I'm not sure that was a motion, but I can address that at the appropriate time.
Commissioners aren't making motions during the evidentiary hearing. Parties make motions and they give notice of those motions generally to the other parties so that parties have an opportunity to prepare their remarks regarding or their arguments regarding those motions. That kind of motion, commissioners can make motions in the deliberative proceedings when the commission's working in a work session, and that's when we debate, make our motions. But it's not in the record, and so Commissioner, unless you can find a way to tie it to the merger and the record that we have before us, I think it would be probably something that goes to a different docket. You can talk to legal about that or regulatory staff about that and see if there is a tie-in with this, but right now there isn't. So I'll go ahead and sustain the objection.
Okay, I agree we're not uploading the Colstrip 3 and 4 to wherever it is. So I thought they were going to, but we are possibly uploading money. If that were to happen, would Northwestern Energy Group receive 44% of the value, and the Bright New Energy Horizon get the other 56%? What happens to your donation of Montana generated capital to the new group, the new public entity?
As I mentioned earlier, Bright Horizon will be one entity. It'll all be Bright Horizons. We don't, after day one under Bright Horizon, there won't be an allocation, if you will, through other than CAMS, which was discussed earlier. I'd argue that that entity is going to have to bear the cost of its own operations, if you will. So I think if you're talking about allocations, that may be where you're going. But I would tell you Bright Horizon will make decisions as an entity for all of its resources.
But so far as if you put $1 in, are you credited with that to where you can do what you want to with it? Or is it all gone even though it goes into a big pot? What happens to any Montana generated money that winds up under the control of Bright New Horizons?
Any asset that we have has distribution ability. Northwestern Corporation has our Montana, where our Montana asset sits. The cash flows from that ultimately could go up to the parent. There's certain restrictions on how much that can be, but all entities are probably providing some cash flow to its parent.
Okay. So there's no specific, there's like 8 other entities besides Northwestern. It's going to be, there's no recording or value. The money is simply gone.
No, I would say it this way. There would be a full accounting of all activities, expenses, revenues for all of these entities, and the distributions of how they move up to within an organization.
Okay, new question, Madam Chair. Mr. Bird, on the matter of the ring fencing, which came up yesterday and again today, it's my understanding that our order is like a law, and we don't mess with that. It's not like a law and that we can amend it. It's like, this is what the deal was, and the deal goes forward. And we've been told that the ring fencing is what does protecting. I don't happen to agree with that. But if the ring fencing is mentioned in the settlements, a portion of the ring fencing, and the settlement becomes part of the final order. If we amend the ring fencing after that, will that affect the final order?
Procedurally, I'm not sure how that works, but I would just say this, that the parties certainly representing customers, and we agreed upon making sure that the ring fencing that had been approved before certainly apply here. And that's what we were doing, again, to make sure the protections that were provided to Montana customers remain for Montana customers.
Okay. Per yesterday's testimony, you and Black Hills Energy have discussed the merger, courted each other a merger over time. Per yesterday's testimony, Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Energy have courted merger over time, I believe starting in 2017, 2019. If it were not for data centers, would you be moving at this time? If it wasn't for the possibility of picking up large customer loads that would require transmission and generation, would you still be going forward with this merger?
Just make sure I understand the question about 2017. Were you saying, I'm not sure I follow the question, sorry.
I believe the statement was that you have been considered, the two entities, two corporations, Black Hills, Northwestern, have been considering merger, talking about merger for some time. I don't hear that well. I thought they said around 2017 it started, or 2019, but 7, 8 years.
Mr.
Is
Com-
is that
Commissioner-
accurate?
That's perfect. That's what I was going to. Let him answer that part first.
I learn your language.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say this, that you may recall way back in 2006 time period when the company actually was for sale. Black Hills had interest at that point in time. There had been discussions over the years. I think the whole issue, I talked here about scale and about investors' risks and concerns about not having scale, is how important it is today, is something that I think both entities had been talking about and considering, and discussions were made. Many times for a merger to happen, you can only have one CEO. There was a willingness from Black Hills CEO to step aside to make that happen. So there have been conversations, sure, and many other utilities probably have these conversations. But I think the most important thing here is, from a scale perspective, concerns about affordability for customers and the amount of investment we need to do to maintain our grid. I mentioned earlier that the model that we had didn't have data centers in it to show going from 4 to 6% EPS growth to 5 to 7% EPS growth. So data centers weren't part of that modeling. I will tell you that is data centers, are they a consideration today? Sure. Does it help in a long-term investment that both companies have financial wherewithal and be able to invest in data centers? Sure. But we're looking at it individually ourselves. And we're acting as our two separate companies today trying to capture data centers. I'll grant you that. But it wasn't the reason for this merger. We've been talking about doing this before we were talking together about data centers. There's all the reasons we needed to do it was in our existing plans, and data centers wasn't part of it.
Okay, for clarification, Madam Chair, Mr. Byrd, you're saying now that if the data center boom wasn't taking place, it hasn't been invented yet, that the impetus to go forward with the merger basically has been the same: scale, financial capacity, if you're larger, et cetera, fewer employees. All those things have been in place for 7, 8 years that you've been discussing this. You never move forward. And the data centers is not part of the reason you're moving forward at this time.
We did not agree to this transaction because of data centers alone. It was not the reason to do this transaction. There are reasons in and of themselves outside of data centers to do this deal. Another thing I would bring up here is risk associated with wildfire risk and other big risks that could take down a company. I thought Ms. Lael yesterday did a great job talking about the difference between Hawaiian Electric and Xcel, and the risk that a company of our size could be shocked by that transaction. I'll give you a perfect example. Hawaiian Electric's market cap was about the same as Northwestern Energy's the day that that fire happened, and they almost went into bankruptcy. That scared the heck out of this company. And then from that point in time, we wanted to be bigger. We worry about cyber. We worry about our ability to have the right amount of resources to protect our business and our customers. And we see larger companies being better able to do that. A lot of reasons to do this merger. And as I mentioned, our plans did not include data centers in it. At the time when we talked about it, are we talking about it today on calls? Absolutely. We both want to do data centers, and we both agree it'll be easier for us to do it combined than on a standalone basis. But we were doing data centers without this merger.
Thank you. There was one word in there that I kind of caught on, and that was wouldn't do it, without data centers or with data centers. My question is really specific. If you take the data center equation out of the equation, is there still enough growth to offset any risk?
If data centers for both of these two companies went away tomorrow, no data centers, I suggest we still do this merger for the reasons we discussed. And I will tell you, one thing we're missing, it's all about data centers, this discussion, but the probably a big aspect of investing capital here is transmission, and we need transmission. Probably $1 billion worth of investment in transmission. And we're going to be better able to raise that capital over time with a merged entity than on our standalone basis.
Okay. I understand that, Madam Chair, Mr. Byrd. But would there not be an argument from a conservative side of your board. That if we stood alone and took some of this capital and put it into and bought parts of this transmission system, that generation did some independent power production. The growth might not be as dramatic, but it might be far safer.
The plans that we shared and our portion of the combined plan is investing in our T&D operations today and our generation operation today. Nothing beyond that. The amount of investment we've been making over the last 5 years is about $500 million a year. It's a lot of investment. And that investment, as particularly larger companies crowd out capital for smaller players, that investment's going to be more expensive for us and ultimately for our customers. And so we're trying to find a way to reduce costs. And obviously this merger is one way to do it, not only on financing costs, vendors. We can go down the list again as we have in terms of where costs could be reduced. And I think this is really a benefit for customers.
Madam Chair, Mr. Byrd, there's a lot of statistics out there that have changed a lot in the last 10 years on failures of mergers. Basically gone from about 30% survival to 70% down to 70% up and 30% down. In that 70%, you got barely hanging on, not much change, doing fantastic. Everything I've read, which in the last 3 weeks have been a lot, is it depends on two cultures, which they didn't understand 10 years ago. The corporate culture of Northwestern and the corporate culture of Black Hills. And the corporate and the culture they're going into. I would say right now the culture of Montana is somewhat resistant to the idea of data centers, of any real size over 50 megawatts. I have no idea what it is in the other 7, 8 states. But if you do that, and this becomes a prime location, you can expect culture shock. If that shock leads to a evolvement of the merger, what is the downside for Montanans if you walk away from the merger and whatever's going on is, I'm sure that would be very complex. But a lot of people don't see the upside other than maybe this, maybe that. What would be the downside if the merger fails?
Yeah, two things I would suggest. One, culture is a very important aspect. And we've known the Black Hills folks, certainly I've known the Black Hills folks for the 22, almost 23 years I've been with this company. Very, very similar cultures. So I think that's an important aspect. I'm glad you raised it in terms of things that we're considering as we put these two companies together. You find that these folks are a lot like the folks you deal with at Northwestern. The second thing I'd say is I can't disagree with what happens in mergers in total industries, but I can tell you in the utility space, it happens, and there hasn't been unsuccessful mergers that I can point to. Matter of fact, if you can imagine old Montana Power, if you over its history, it's merged enough times, purchase sales, probably 30 times to make Montana Power. Northwestern Public Service, probably a dozen or so to make Northwestern Public Service. Obviously, these two entities came together. There used to be about 90 electric investor-owned utilities in the United States about 20 years ago. There's about 40 today. And this happens in this industry. They have taken advantage of scale through over the 100 years of these two utilities. They've been around 140. We've been around 112 years. This consolidation is not unusual. And it's important, I think, over time, people saw the benefits of scale, and that's why those transactions happen. I don't anticipate this merger or any other merger in the utility space to fail.
Hey, just for some clarity, I think I heard this right. The number of mergers that fail in the utility industry, not looking at the whole like I did reading Forbes articles, is somewhere near zero.
I'd like to understand if you could name one for me, that would be helpful.
You'd be amazed at things I cannot name, and that'd be one of them. I could get into it a bit. Maybe I will, but for right now, I'm kind of thinking this might be my last question. but I may go back into what you just discussed. This goes back to culture. Out of the list, and I tried to find it in case somebody wanted to challenge me, but out of the like 10 or 11 things that you guys have agreed on, the last one was that you would continue the green power plan. It appears to be a strong part of their culture. A lot of Montanans aren't real excited about paying for green energy here. They certainly don't want to pay for it or be involved in it somewhere else, I'm pretty sure. If they stick with that, and as Mr. Trinnell pointed out, you're down one vote. And that continues and it becomes a cash issue. For example, very recently, all the subsidies for that went away and they went to atomic. You go to atomic, they might go away, but they did go away there. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, change of presidents, the same issues with Colstrip that we faced on Mercury, et cetera, can come right back. And the votes 6-5 might not carry the day. And Colstrip might go away, get closed because of a perceived legal liability of a board under which you are the minority. Why should Montanans take that risk?
Yeah, I think two things. One, a lot of things will happen here in the next several years, and I like to think as the person running this utility have influence with the board on the importance of Colstrip and what our commitments have been at Colstrip. And then I disagree with this 6-5 concept. On day one, and the joint boards have already talked about this, they have a fiduciary duty to Bright Horizon, not to Black Hills, not to Northwestern. They're going to be working for Bright Horizon shareholders. People aren't buying Black Hills stock anymore after day one of this, or Northwestern. They're buying Bright Horizon, and they're going to be making decisions best for Bright Horizon. And I think as Montana being the largest state there, that's something we want to make sure. We want to make sure all of our jurisdictions are happy with decisions we're making. That's important, that, you know, our customers are happy. We're working really hard. We have high reliability, prices below national average. We're working hard to do that. And we're going to try and do that in every jurisdiction and certainly live within the policies that we have to serve our customers. And so I struggle with this concept of a, you know, mismatched board. I think, in fact, Bright Horizon, and again, back to the culture comment, and I've known this management team for 20 years. I'm getting to know their board. I feel like we've got a very good culture and a very good alignment today.
Now you've done it. I'm going back to the one I was thinking about. You said, you know, a lot of this has been, we think that rates may go up, but not quite as much. And we think we're going to get better money and we might get better delivery. There's been a whole lot of might, hope, sure, think we could. Real short on facts. I heard very, very, very similar from Northwestern Energy when I was the energy advisor to the Speaker of the House in 01, and they came in and started talking. And I raised a few questions, and I was no longer invited back to the meetings. The bright and cheery estimates as to what was going to happen. We have enough money that if every pole in the state blew down, we could replace them and not need to go in for a special rate. Is the one that tripped us. In fact, about 2 years later, Northwestern was bankrupt. Nothing worked out the way it was said. If this goes south, what resort would Montanans have to the decision to put them at that risk?
Well, I'll say it this way. I hope you recall, I'm the CFO that helped that bankruptcy company get out of bankruptcy. And there was a commitment at that point in time to be a 100% regulated utility. And I believe that this company, since we made that emerge from bankruptcy and got ourselves back on strong financial footing, have done a fantastic job for Montana. And our nearly 1,400 employees in the state are proud to serve in Montana and do it well. And I think what you're seeing here today is different than a company that had a lot of non-regulated businesses that ultimately was not on strong financial footing. You're seeing two financially strong companies merging together. This isn't an acquisition. And rating agencies are already seeing this as a positive transaction. Shareholders are seeing this as a positive transaction. They're looking at the risk here saying this is a good thing, and this is going to be a good thing for customers.
Hey, Madam Chair, I relinquish, but I would like to make a point of personal order when the time is appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Wellborn.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Byrd, I have a couple of questions. The first one, I would like to drill down just a little bit farther on the conversation you had with Commissioner Bukasek on executive salaries. And I think you touched on this, but just for a little bit more clarity for the record, if you take it by the way I guess I understand the answer to her question was these salaries are kind of based on, they're a market-based thing. So with that being said, the entity that Northwestern is now, and for lack of better terms, we'll call it a small cap company, vertically integrated utility company, and Black Hills, I think, is considered very similar. But after the merger, and it becomes a different sized entity, how does that affect the market base of the salaries that were that were brought into question?
It's a fair question. And what happens is there would be likely upward pressure on executive salaries because now you're comparing. I'll acknowledge that. I will tell you, though, you aren't going to have two CEOs. You're not going to have two CFOs. You're going to go right down the list. And so ultimately, you have an executive team of 8 for this new entity versus 16, right? 8 and 8. What I'm trying to say is the dollars associated with executive salary that are going to be allocated to all of these customers is ultimately going to be less.
Okay, fair enough. And then second question, if I may, Madam Chair. It's been the evidence, the record shows that there will be with the merger a streamline of the workforce, and part of that is based on attrition or retirements or what have you. But how will that square out? Because in my mind, there's not going to be a diminished workload on the people that are left. So how will that be backfilled, or how will that demand on your workforce be met?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think you got to think about those folks that are out serving customers. And we're likely not to change that unless there's some other efficiency that comes up, technology or something that changes that, because we're going to want those same people serving customers today. But as you get into back office positions where you may have some duplication, there's going to be potentially job losses there. But if we do that through attrition, which we have between 5 to 10% attrition on an annual basis, we can certainly move things around so we aren't impacting individuals as much through that process. And that's what we'll intend to do. I think if you think back, I'll use Northwestern Corporation as a great example. We certainly have more accountants, I believe, in Butte, Montana than we have in Huron and Sioux Falls, South Dakota, right? We kind of have people where the lion's share of our folks are. That doesn't mean we're going to go from 90% to 30. We're going to have a lot less employees. We're probably going to need the same amount of employees to provide service, certainly out in the field. But in some, we're not going to need the same amount of people to do that. And we're likely to do that through attrition. I also talked about there's certain areas we're going to want to add more people. Things like cyber, where we have I believe we don't have enough at either company. So we may need to add to that, much like many of our peers are. So we need to work through that. But I think most of that's going to be dealt with through attrition. We're not filling some positions today because with the hope if the merger is approved, maybe we can deal with that and not have to fill those positions. I believe Black Hills is doing the same thing.
Thank you. Follow up. Just thank you for that explanation. So I guess I just want to be clear that the level of service, when regardless of what it is, but looking from a customer service experience, the level of service, regardless of whether it's a call center or
Yep.
waiting for a line crew or whatever it is, we're not going to see any difference there on a diminished level of service in any way.
Yeah, I think the last thing we should do is reduce our level of service as a result of this. That will reflect poorly on this merger. Our expectation is to provide the same service, same level of service, same reliability. And that could be, that reliability can just be from operational perspective, could be from call centers. We're going to try to be efficient. Don't get me wrong. We have been trying to do that through our histories of these two companies, but we do not want to diminish the level of service here. Matter of fact, I'd like to argue we should be able to get better. There's some things Black Hills does from a customer care perspective. I think they do better than we do. And I think vice versa. And I think on a combined basis, we're going to be better together. And that's what we're trying to do. I don't want to see a diminishment in service. I'm very, very proud of the reliability that this company has. And I particularly think about it in Montana when you talk about the weather we have, the mountains and everything else we got to serve. We got more poles than customers. It's impressive the reliability we have here. And we're proud of that. And our employees are proud of that we give them the tools to provide that type of service. Our employees are proud of that, that we give them the tools to provide that service. And we want to continue to do that. Black Hills, I've seen from their culture, very proud of their service, as they should be.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I have another one, but I think it might be better reserved for the confidential portion, and if the opportunity presents itself. So
Of course.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I believe all the commissioners have had questions. And
May I ask a quick clarifying question?
one more quick clarifying question. Yes.
Thank you. So going back to concerns about loss of Montana control, I'd appreciate a better understanding of the practical impact on Montanans of cash flow from the various states to the parent company after the merger that you talked about.
Yeah.
Now, Northwestern, in its current status, it has assets and cash flow from Montana, Nebraska, and South Dakota that go to the utility, right?
That's correct.
So if the merger approves, will the distribution of that cash flow from the various entities be similar?
It would be very similar. I think one thing we should keep in mind here, most of that distributions upward is to provide dividends to our shareholders. I'd argue that we put a lot more. We're investing, like I said, 500 million in Montana. We're investing more in terms of investing in the state and the expenses than we're certainly pulling out. And I think, but to your question, is it going to be consistently applied across all these jurisdictions? That is certainly my expectation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's my turn for questions. Mr. Byrd, can you, on the SEC filing, it was released publicly. It's 350 Montana Exhibit 059. And if you could get to that, that would be great.
Oh, I got it right here. Right here.
S4, Form S4, yeah. Would you be able to just give us an orientation to what this document is and why it was filed and what it contains?
Yeah, the S4 is ultimately for investors to get them comfortable with the merger and how they should vote on the merger themselves, the shareholders themselves. And in that document, you'll see a history of how this came together, how the two companies evaluated it, what it looks like on a combined basis. So it's really giving the investors a good feel for why this transaction should happen. There's a lot of SEC disclosures. That's what a lot of this information that I believe Ms. Lael did a nice job walking through. And I think the portions that are included here in 52 happen to get to some of the questions around the executive compensation aspects of it. And I'd agree, it's complicated and difficult to read. You got to read footnotes and the whole 9 yards associated with that. But that's what these particular pages are talking to.
Thank you. And so just to help me understand, this was filed back in, I think it was January, several months ago. October 30th. And it was released sometime earlier this year. So it was filed October 30th, 2025, correct?
Yeah.
And then it was made public in February of this year, I believe, was the testimony we
I
heard.
believe that's correct. There was a final and there was some slight adjustments in some of these. That's why I think you've heard some different numbers. There were some slight adjustments between the original one and the final that was sent.
Okay. And so did the boards voted to merge in last August?
Yes.
August 18th, I believe it was. And then this information was made available to the shareholders on October 30th, 2025, or no, when was it made available to them?
I'm not sure exactly when it was filed, the date, but it was certainly well in advance of the time that they needed to vote, which is in the early April timeframe.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to is just the sequence, not necessarily the specific dates. But so the boards voted to merge late last summer. And then this information was given to shareholders and was other information provided to shareholders as well. Is that?
The earnings, the announcement when we talked to investors, and then on earnings calls, I'm sure both sides talked a little bit more about the merger, but the S4 was very detailed information for them to look at.
And the shareholders voted in favor of the merger?
Both our shareholders, I think, were 99.7% in favor, and I don't know exactly Black Hills, but it's 99 something, I believe, is their percentage of voting for it as well.
Okay. And in this S4 filing, there's several listings of amounts of money tied to the different executives. And can you explain what those amounts are? Because I think I heard you state that it's not your salary. This is, I believe the testimony was, this is what would be paid out if these executives were fired as a result of the merger or after the merger. Can you explain that for
primarily, it's primarily for those executives that aren't going to stay with the transaction.
Okay.
And Mr. Evans is the perfect example of that. He's no longer will be with the combined organization.
Okay. So are these golden parachutes then? Is that what that
I
term?
could argue that could be deemed golden parachutes.
Okay. And those costs are not included, are not being requested as part of the transaction costs that would be passed to ratepayers.
Shareholders are picking up the tab for that. As a matter of fact, that on that point, I mean, you saw, I just told you the shareholder vote was nearly 100%, and they're paying all those transaction costs. They're paying bankers' fees. They're paying for all of that. Those customers aren't paying for that. And they still voted what they did. So they do support this. They understand we're going to have savings associated with this transaction. They've looked at transactions like this in the past. They've done their own work about what combined entities have been able to serve. They look at the economies of scale and the benefits that larger utilities have in terms of having lower costs. They understand that. That's why they voted the way they did.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And then on page 117 of that, which is the third page that's in the third sheet that was in the exhibit that was provided to us. It's page 5 of 5 of exhibit 350 Montana exhibit 59. So that one has your name on it and Miss Lale's name and Miss Heim's name and Mr. Hines' name and Bobby Schruppel's name. Those are names we are familiar with. These are currently Northwestern Energy employees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do those numbers mean?
Yeah. If in fact, first of all, you know, they mentioned in here that this is associated if these people were let go, they were fired. But it goes on to say, you know, Brian Bird's going to be the CEO of the going forward entity. I'm agitated that this even needs to be in here because I don't anticipate to be fired. I anticipate to run this utility.
Okay, on that
But-
point,
yes,
on that point,
Yes.
what assurance do you have that you won't be? Do you have a contract? Do you have,
I have an employment agreement that if I'm fired without cause, that I would be paid through that contract.
okay. All right. So still, and I understand this is really sensitive, and I'm sorry that it's, that you have to address this. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to have to address this. But what exactly do these numbers mean? There's 5 columns of numbers, and just what are those?
Yeah, it's the components of, your pay for that year and any future benefits you would have received under, our annual incentive is a program that for the current year, then there's called a long-term incentive. That's a 3-year forward look. So this is acceleration of certain benefits that I've already would have received if I would have been with the company for the time period. This is very common in any of these transactions.
Okay. So are any of these numbers your annual salary now?
No.
Okay. Can you just help a layman understand what I'm looking at here then on
Yeah.
in the most layman terms you can? What are we looking at in these 2 tables on page what's 5 of 5 in the exhibit?
Yeah. I would say that, and Ms. Lael would have been great at this. She's in charge of compensation and benefits, and certainly scrutinize these tables from an SEC perspective. But I'll do my best. And so it's breaking down in portions of future payments I would have received if I'd have been here for 3 years, if you will, for example.
Okay.
And it's saying what portion of that's cash, what portion is that equity? In other words, stock. What about his pension? And benefits. And so that's what that is.
All right.
That accumulation.
Thank you. That explains it and that clarifies it for me. All right. So there was another statement made when the map, one of the slides with the map on it of the geographic area of the 2 companies that are considering merging, or that we are considering proving a merger for. And I believe you said that it represented 20% of the United States. What do you mean by 20% of the United States? Is it 20% of the states that are affected, or is it 20% of the utility customers in the United States, or what is that 20%?
It's a great question. It is definitely not represents the amount of utility customers. And I think the largest entity that the folks at Black Hills is Lincoln. That's like 300,000. Obviously Billings, let's say 130,000. So we're talking about, these are not very highly populated parts of the United States. And so you can be a big utility and just be a Chicago utility, right? When we said is actually land mass, that 20%, and I think we rounded up a little bit to be quite fair, that we counted the whole state and for each of the states here. And so the states themselves, I think, represent 20%. It was a number thrown at us and it stuck that it's 20%, but I don't think they drew a line around all of our service territory and came up with 20%. I think they took the states.
That makes sense. Thank you. Going back to some questions Commissioner Pinocci asked, and I think President Wellborn also asked, that's been on my mind, and I'd like to give you another chance to just try to break this down for us, to put on the mindset of a average utility customer. What changes will that average utility customer notice or experience if this merger is approved?
Yeah, I think from their daily service, I hope they don't see much change at all in their daily service, except whatever best practices we have to ultimately improve that service. So the merger shouldn't impact their daily service. But the next time that we come in and ask for a rate increase, and we've had the benefit of this merger and actually pulling costs out, we should be able to quantify what those savings were and demonstrate that for the commission. And essentially say, because of that, instead of asking for 100, we're asking for 80. And so the merger
60 or 50.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll work on that. But yeah, I understand your point. The thing I want to reiterate here is those are savings you're not going to get if we don't do this merger.
Okay.
And that's the
I-
main point I want to make.
I understand, and I think you've made that point well. But again, I'm just trying to think of our average constituent, your average customer, our average constituent in Montana. What do you expect they're going to see in terms of the utility? Are they going to see different trucks? Are they going to see different people? Are they going to see different service? Are they going to see different billing requirements, different outage maps? I mean, what will change for the customer?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. I mean, one thing we try to do, we have these principles that we talk about kind of for day one. And day one, we don't want customers confused about who's providing the service. So you're going to see Northwestern trucks. You're going to see guys and gals with Northwestern on their clothes. Black Hills is going to have the same thing. Over time, we may make decisions to say, you know what, we want to feel more like Bright Horizon Energy. And so we may change that at some point in the future, but give us time to kind of get our customers, accepting that change is coming. Let's not just do it on day one, because if in fact the merger is approved, we're going to want to close real quickly. And so on that first day, we don't want to, be confusing customers. So we want to have ample time if we do make changes down the road to be something other than from a doing business as Northwestern Energy. We want to have ample time to inform customers, tell them that their bill's going to look different, those types of things. But for some period of time, that's not going to change. You're going to see Northwestern Energy.
Okay.
Don't want to confuse folks.
Right. And I did see, I believe it was in your testimony that you described, I think it was yours, that the rebranding wouldn't be a cost that's included either, that would be passed on to ratepayers. So you're anticipating some rebranding at some time?
We haven't ultimately made that decision. I think, though, we've seen that in utilities, it may make sense to do that, to feel all part of a Bright Horizon Energy at one point in time. I know Black Hills went through that. Ultimately, we did here. We stopped being called Montana Power in Montana. We went to Northwestern Energy. But you are absolutely right. As part of the settlement, branding costs will not be recaptured in a future rate review.
Okay. And then one of my concerns is, I mean, it does sound like there's two very strong companies that are going to merge, and I can see some benefits to that. But one of the things you talked about was instead of having 16 executives, we'll have 8.
Yeah.
But does that really save people if the 8 get twice as much money because now they have twice as much responsibility?
Yeah, I would tell you that they won't get twice as much money. And so I just think there's going to be upward pressure. And I think the question that Commissioner Wellborn asked is a very good question. I would just say that, certainly just in incremental size, you're going to see some upward pressure. Certainly not double.
And then what about things like the technology that Northwestern's put in place over the last several years, the outage mapping, the smart meters, all the data and how you're managing that? Is that going to be thrown out the window because now there's a merger and there's going to be some whole new system that's put in place?
No, we are not going to throw out data. We're going to keep data because it helps us make decisions for our customers. In terms of systems we're going to use, I think what we need to do is, I think we're going to either pick one of our 2 systems that makes the most sense. For a period of time, we're probably going to operate on our own because it'd be difficult to maybe make those changes, but we'll evaluate opportunities of using the same or using one of the systems we currently have. We might decide to pick a third that's even better, but I don't expect to see big changes in that. But over time, we're going to have to make investments in technology, and much like we would on a standalone basis. But we believe putting these 2 companies together, we'll be able to do that in a more cost-effective basis.
Okay. And then going to the flow of profits, if you will, that are earned from the regulated utility and then dividends flowing upward to the parent company, the new merged company. There's parameters around that flow that I think Ms. Lael discussed yesterday. Can you remind us or refresh us generally what those are?
Well, I think we can't distribute upstream cash flow out of the entity if we don't have a certain rating or our debt to capital gets to be too debt laden, if you will. And so there's certain restrictions that much like a rating agency would look at an entity and essentially say, I think you're maybe a little bit overextended. We're not going to let you upload money to harm the utility.
Okay.
And the ring fencing that we have here in Montana for Montana customers is really good ring fencing, and it protects them.
Okay, and I believe there was a comment yesterday in testimony that risk also flowed upward, risk from the utility. Did I hear that right, or does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I'm not.
It's not just reward, but is there risk to the parent company?
I would say that, from a entity perspective, I think I mentioned diversity, of course, can reduce risk, but a particular jurisdiction may have more risk in it at a point in time. If in fact, a hurricane, for instance, could impact some southern entity, but more likely wildfire in our service territories could impact a jurisdiction. But if that happened in another jurisdiction, I think Ms. Lael did a nice job saying Montana utility is protected. And the perfect example I would give is even through the bankruptcy, the utility ultimately came out okay because we had appropriate protections in place. We are talking about two financially strong entities. That's not an issue, but even so, you've got very good protections in Montana.
All right. So here's a topic that really perked my ears up, and I think probably Commissioner Molnar's ears as well. This goes back to Ms. Trinnell's questioning earlier about the PU 370 shares. And her question to you, I believe, to paraphrase, was, would you consider or would you agree to include, put PU 370 into the public utility as a condition of the merger? And I believe your answer was if the commission believed it was prudent, something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I said two other things.
Go ahead and let's talk about that.
Yeah, I said two other things. I said, I'm not sure the commission would be willing to do that. It's part of this. I'm not sure how you can. And the second thing, I was nervous about conflating that with the Colstrip docket. And I think that I'm happy to have that discussion, how we can put Puget 370 into the state regulated. It's why I said it on the first quarter call, is that's ultimately what our goal is.
Right.
If we've got enough load in Montana that we should be serving customers with PU 370, let's do it. Let's put it in the state regulated entity. It's in the November 11th letter that was put in front of me. I've been saying it on earnings calls. That's what we want to do. But we have to be able to serve customers. There's got to be enough demand for that power. I don't want to burden our existing residential customers with that today. And so that is contracted up through, I think, the third quarter of 2027. So it certainly couldn't be on day one of the merger. And it just feels like it should be part of the Colstrip investigation. You have a perfect docket to deal with it there. I like the idea of making it happen. I don't think it makes sense as part of the merger docket.
Well, I can understand that Montana, that you have enough capacity right now to serve the current load in Montana, and that's commendable because we weren't in that position 4 years ago.
That's absolutely correct.
So it's nice to have adequate resource adequacy here to be able to serve the load and not to be on pins and needles during the cold snaps anymore.
Hear, hear.
Although we do have factors that still do affect delivery of service, weather-related delivery that aren't related to capacity, but system impacts. But and then I believe what you're saying is that PU 370 isn't needed to meet the load in Montana right now, that you have enough with your existing assets in the regulated utility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're also saying I believe that if PU 370 is needed in the future to meet capacity, that then it would be made available for that.
And I'd love to say it. I agree, totally agree that I would make it available, but I'd like to know that I'm getting full cost recovery at the time we make that decision.
And that full cost recovery was $0 for the transaction. And so then it's your maintenance and upgrades or repairs or
operating costs only. We spent $0 for that when we bought that asset. Customers should get the benefit of that $0 upfront if in fact it's available to serve customers. And today, I think the operating costs would be burden those customers more than the benefit they're going to get out of it.
Okay. So we've been hearing your statements about this, and I appreciate them regarding making that asset available if and when it's needed in rate base and regulated utility, and that it's not needed now. And so to put it into rate base now would only burden customers rather than serve them because they don't need the energy right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've made these commitments, and Northwestern has made these commitments or made these statements, I will say, in the earnings calls and the other documentation here that it would be available. And you just testified to that if and when it's needed, that it would be available. And that's not expected anytime soon because you've got this other contract that would bar it anyway, but you're not expecting it to be anytime soon.
I think the soonest would be the end of the third quarter of 2027, I think is when that Mercuria contract ends.
Okay. So there's this indication that that's the direction that you're willing to go. And so where I'm going with this is how do we turn that into a commitment rather than just an indication? And would that commitment be something that could be conditioned as part of this merger?
I don't know that it can be as part of this merger. I do think the preference from our perspective is to do it as part of the Colstrip investigation.
I agree the Colstrip investigation is important and it is a separate docket and it will look really closely at this, but I don't know we'll end up with with an order coming out of that. It's an investigation. I don't know. I can't speak to what the commission may or may not do or what is even within our jurisdiction to do. But here we have the opportunity to assert a condition that's required. And so I guess just think about that. And if I think there's interest I think Montanans want to keep Colstrip. Would you agree?
We want to keep Colstrip too. And when it's available and when Montanans need it, and it makes sense for them to pay for the costs associated with it, we want Colstrip. We're saving Colstrip. Northwestern Energy did that.
Well, we heard from the mayor this morning of Colstrip that was a strong advocate for their merger. And that was, I think, premised on the workforce there and the value of that asset, but also I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think I heard, the potential for maybe it was you that talked about turning that site over and doing something else with it technology-wise in the future. And so Colstrip is important to Northwestern Energy.
Absolutely.
It would be important to Bright Horizons to preserve that resource.
Absolutely.
And that workforce.
Absolutely.
Very good. I think that's the end of my questioning. And President Wellborn, go ahead.
Just one more. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just drilling down for a little bit more context or clarity on the vote by the shareholders, and I realize that I guess my question is specifically to Northwestern shareholders and not Black Hills. But you cited like the high 90%, we'll call it, of shareholders that voted. Was that based on total shares issued or on the amount of the number of individual shareholders? That's an excellent question. I think we had approximately 85% of our shareholders vote. And of those that did vote, 99.7. So so in other words, about 15% of your proxies roughly were not returned, but based on the ones that were, you were at about 90%. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are at the point of, let's see, we're still in cross-examination, and are there any questions of this witness Oh, it's recross. Okay, thank you. You don't have that on my table. Anyway, so we're in recross now based on commission questions. Is there any recross? Ms. Trinnell?
A couple, thank you. Mr. Bird, I want to put this chart back up in front of you of the post-merger transaction. You were asked by a couple of different commissioners about where the Puget share, the Avista share, and the current regulated share of Colstrip are held. So I just want to follow up on those commissioner questions. So 3 different regulatory treatments of one plant, right?
Well, I'd argue of when you say 3.
Well, Puget, Avista, and the 222 that's held in the regulated rate base.
I think I would argue that both Avista and our existing 222 are both regulated assets today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Great. So 3 different treatments of one plant.
But since we're in the midst of the PCAM, where the Avista piece sits there, I could argue that's 3 different treatments as we sit
Okay.
here today. But I would say that the 222 and the Avista will be regulated assets in the Montana state regulated entity.
Okay. And you're aware that the remaining cost of the 222 that's in the regulated rate base is about $250 million.
You mentioned that amount, I know that each year that amount gets depreciated. So when you say cost, I think it's the invested amount of capital or the amount of rate base is still there, and subject to check that would appear to be around.
It was originally about 400 million, right?
Yeah, approximately. Yeah,
Okay. And the final payoff date's 2042. Does that sound right?
that's my understanding. Correct.
Okay. And you've talked about the commission's decision about how the Puget share will be treated. That's a separate pending docket. Yes.
The Colstrip investigation is a separate docket.
And is it fair to say that the commission is asserting jurisdiction to say that that should be in rate base?
I don't know if they're asserting.
It calls for a legal conclusion.
Is it?
Or do you have your microphone on?
I do. I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
Repeat your objection.
Objection. It calls for a legal conclusion.
If you know, does Northwestern have a different view from the commission at this point in time about how the Puget share should be treated, if you know?
I can't speak for the whole commission, no.
Okay. So this Puget share that we're talking about is held currently in this unregulated gray box. I'm gesturing over here to the far right-hand side of the chart, and it's labeled Northwestern Colstrip 370 PU. That's where you currently hold the Puget share.
Yeah, that the FERC regulated piece sits there, correct.
And as we sit here today in time, this commission has oversight over this share underneath Northwestern Energy Group, Inc. That's what the Montana Commission has regulatory oversight over. Is that right?
From a group perspective, I think in terms of decision-making here, ultimately the Montana rate base is in Northwestern Corporation.
Okay. And that's what this commission oversees, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And post-merger, if the commission approves this, there is nothing to stop the parent corporation, Black Hills, on a 6-5 vote to pick up this Puget share and put it somewhere over here. Is there?
I'm not sure that they have that ability to do that today.
Post-merger, there's nothing that this commission could do about that. Is there?
I agree.
Thank you. I want to ask you about wildfire because you brought that up. Oop. And you talked about this chart, I think, in the 20% land mass. And it was your clarification that when you're talking about slide 5, you were talking about 20% was referring to the land mass, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And today, as we sit here today, what Montana customers are exposed to in terms of wildfire is in the blue or teal, whatever color you would call that, here, a little bit in South Dakota, and a little bit in Nebraska. Is that right?
Are you saying Montana customers, or are you talking Northwestern Corporation shareholders?
I'm talking about the Montana captive ratepayers who, where wildfire risk exists, it's in the areas that Northwestern serves, yes?
I think that because of the ring fencing, I'd argue that the same protections that they have today for the Montana jurisdiction would apply in the future.
So as we sit here today, then, are you willing to commit to a condition as a condition of the merger that Montana captive ratepayers would have no exposure to any wildfire risks from any other jurisdiction in this 8-state enterprise?
Ms. Trinnell, does this go to a commissioner's questions?
Yeah, the commissioners were asking about the risks from the 8 states, and Mr. Byrd mentioned wildfire specifically in his responses, and I wanted to follow up and ask him if he's willing to commit to that as a wildfire risk.
I'd like to understand legally what are the ramifications of that. And I believe from a ring fencing protection, those are there, but I would have to understand that better to make any type of commitment like that.
I'll move on. Mr. Byrd, you were asked about your in response to some of the commissioner questions, you referred to your November 11th letter, which is at tab 6 in the record. And I just wanted to point you to that. And Madam Chair, my only purpose of landing here is I want to move that into the record, given the follow-up colloquy and Mr. Byrd's reference to it in response to commissioner questions. That's my motion.
You're making a motion now?
To move this into the record, given the colloquy and Mr. Byrd's reference to the November 11th letter.
So you're moving 350 Montana Exhibit 014?
Correct.
Madam Chair, we have no objection at this point.
Okay. So 350 Montana Exhibit 014 is admitted.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Byrd, you, in response to commissioner questions, referenced your employment agreement. And if you'll turn to tab 20 in the book, that was provided in response to MCC 78D, and it's marked in the top right-hand corner as MCC 78D, page 1 of 9.
Yep, I see that.
Okay. Is this a copy of your employment agreement?
I believe this is the full copy.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of Mr. Byrd's employment agreement into the record.
Madam Chair, I think that motion is unnecessary because this document is already in the record by the commission admitting MCC 78 into the record at the beginning of the hearing.
Great. Just protecting my record. Thank you.
Okay, so motion's withdrawn then because it's moot?
As long as it's in the record. Yep, that's what I wanted.
Thank you.
And then I just wanted to make sure that we have in the record, Mr. Byrd had referred earlier, we had talked about the transcript, which is marked as Exhibit 60, 350 Montana Exhibit 60, and I wanted to move for admission of that into the record.
Ms. Trinnell, which transcript?
It's the one from 10 days ago, and it's marked as Exhibit 60.
In what tab? Or was it, it wasn't a tab, it was handed out yesterday.
Yes, and I want to also hand out what we will mark as 350 Exhibit 62, which is a presentation that accompanied that Mr. Byrd referenced this morning, if I may approach.
Let's go with one at a time. Okay, so the motion is to admit 350 Montana Exhibit 60.
Correct. That's a transcript from the April 30th investor call.
Again, Madam Chair, I believe this motion is unnecessary because Ms. Trinnell made this motion yesterday and it was admitted yesterday.
And then the slideshow presentation that Mr. Byrd referenced, we have copies of that I want to include in the record as our Exhibit 62.
Okay, and just before you do, I do note that Exhibit 60 was admitted yesterday. So you have a slide presentation that accompanies this transcript that you'd like to move? That's correct. Okay, the counselor has handed out a slide presentation titled First Quarter Earnings Webinar, April 30th, 2026, and moved that it be admitted into the record.
Madam Chair, if we might, because we were just handed this, if maybe is now a time for a good short break so that we can review it to make sure this is complete and it is in fact what Ms. Trinnell is indicating.
We are due for a break. Before we do that, though, Ms. Trinnell, what you wanted to mark this as 350 Montana Exhibit 62?
Correct.
Okay, we will break here in a moment and allow the joint applicants an opportunity to review this. And before we go to break, I have a question for the parties, and that is regarding the testimony of Ralph Smith. And if we want to try to get that done this afternoon and break our proceedings for that. Otherwise, when was he going to be? He wouldn't be available until Friday, I believe. What's the preference of the parties?
Madam Chair, I see Mr. Brown is online and maybe he can speak to his witness. I do think that Ralph Smith was not available tomorrow, but available Friday.
That's correct. So the
Oh.
question is, should we break and get to that this afternoon, or should we wait until Friday? And Mr. Brown, would you please let us know what your preference would be?
Madam Chair, my preference would be that we wait till Friday at this point, just given where we are, excuse me, in the hearing with Northwestern's witnesses. I think that makes more sense to keep going here, but that's correct that he's not available tomorrow.
Okay, and that's what we will do then with that. And I will just add to another little housekeeping. Counsel for City of Missoula, Patrick Lowney, is excused from the proceeding at his request. Okay, with that, is 10 minutes long enough, or do we need a little bit longer break this afternoon?
Madam Chair, if we could have 15 minutes just to make sure.
15 minutes. All right, we will take a 15-minute break. The time is 3:21, and we will come back in at 3:36. We are now off the record. The time is 3:38 PM and we are back on the record, and we have a motion from 350 Montana to admit 350 Montana Exhibit 62. Ms. Norcott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you. Appreciate the time to review this presentation. I have confirmed that these slides are slides that were presented during the first quarter earnings call on April 30th. Our joint applicants would object to the admission of this document on the grounds of relevance. Number one, Mr. Byrd did not reference these slides during his testimony today. These slides are referenced as part of Exhibit 350 Montana 60. And Madam Chair, you had already ruled during testimony from Mr. Byrd that some of the conversation specifically about data centers was not relevant, and you sustained that objection. The slides that are produced in this presentation are slides that are a part of that part of the transcript. So again, we would object on the grounds of relevance.
Ms. Trunnell.
Madam Chair, am I on? Thank you, Madam Chair. These slides accompany the transcript of the call, and Mr. Byrd references the slides in the call. We talked about the call at length, and it's part and parcel of a public presentation to investors. This is what the utility is representing to investors in the last 10 days about what this merger will mean. And I think that it's important that the commission have a good understanding of what that means. And in the transcript at Exhibit 60, it's Mr. Byrd's statement in the public record. Let me get to the exact page. At page 5 of 12 in that transcript, in the middle of the page, Mr. Byrd is talking about Colstrip, and he says, I want to cover this slide to make sure there's no confusion about our intent with these two pieces of Colstrip. And so this slide these are integral parts of the transcript and should be admitted in the record.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Norcott.
Thank you. So specifically, if you look at the bottom of Exhibit 60, page 4, it references slide 17. This is in the paragraph after the statement from Mr. Byrd regarding data center process and progress. Slide 17 is part of Exhibit 62 and is not relevant to this docket. And Madam Chair, you already sustained that earlier this afternoon. In addition, slide 18 similarly is about large load customers that is discussed on the top of page 5 of the transcript. Again, that is not relevant, that Madam Chair, you sustained. And then the conversation about Colstrip on slide 19, as Ms. Trunnell pointed out, is also not relevant to this docket.
Counselor, the first two slides are titled Merger with Black Hills. So those are relevant.
Madam Chair, I agree that those two slides, if this exhibit is limited to those two slides, the joint applicants would not have objection. It's objection to the entire exhibit, though, that was presented to us, which is a total of 5 pages.
And Counselor, I would note that the last slide also says the pending merger in the bottom paragraph, starts the bottom paragraph with the pending merger. So I would say that is relevant as well.
Madam Chair, I apologize. My slides are out of order. Can you reference the slide number.
It is the last one and there's not a number on it. It has the background of a hydroelectric project.
Oh, the conclusion slide.
Yes.
Yes, that is not objectionable.
Okay. Let me just confer with my counsel here for a moment on the other ones. This is a public presentation, is it not? Counselor?
Madam Chair, this is a presentation that is given to investors regarding our first quarter earnings. It is available publicly on our corporate website.
Okay. Well, I'm going to overrule the objection and just err on the side of letting it in. I do have, I mean, it's obvious that 3 of these slides are relevant because of the titling on them or the language on them specifically to the merger. And to the extent the other 2 may be irrelevant, we'll just err on the side of letting it into the record. And if that information is not relevant, it won't be a factor in our review and in our analysis. So Montana 350 Exhibit 62 is admitted. Counselor Chanel, did you have anything else for this witness?
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that concludes redirect or recross, I should say. And that would bring us to redirect then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions on redirect for this witness.
Okay,
And I would ask that he be permanently excused.
Ms. Chanel, any objections to permanently excusing this witness?
I'm a little bit reluctant to do that, Madam Chair. I think I would be willing to stipulate to if Mr. Byrd would be willing to be available remotely, should there be any rebuttal or follow-up questions, given that the Black Hills still has to present their entire portion of the case, and he will be the CEO of the merged entity. So just because we're still only at the Northwestern share of this, he's the CEO of the merged entity. To the extent he may be able to answer questions, I'm happy to have him appear remotely if there are follow-up, but I think it's reasonable to have him be available through the end of the proceeding.
Madam Chair, we have no objection to that.
Okay, with that, this witness is temporarily excused and you have permission to appear remotely. If you're recalled, we'll provide notice of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Counselor, did you want to call your next witness?
Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues at Black Hills.
Okay,
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The joint applicants would like to call Ms. Kimberly Nunie to the stand.
okay. And Ms. Noonan, you were here when we swore in witnesses yesterday. Okay, thank you.
All right, and for the record, this is Caitlin Shields on behalf of Black Hills Corporation joint applicants to this proceeding. And I think we just confirmed, Ms. Nunie, you were sworn in yesterday, correct? Okay. Is the commission ready for us to proceed? Great. All right. Ms. Nunie, could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, Kimberly Nunie, Nooney.
And by whom are you employed and in what position?
I am employed by Black Hills and I am the Chief Financial Officer today.
Okay. And what will be your title under the merged entity?
Assuming this commission approves it, I will become the Chief Integration Officer.
And on whose behalf are you testifying in this proceeding?
The joint applicants.
Ms. Nooney, am I correct that you pre-filed testimony pre-marked as hearing exhibits JA 8, 9, 10, plus the supporting exhibits? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Those have been admitted into the record, but to confirm, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. So no corrections to your testimony as of the current time.
No corrections.
Okay. With that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Trinnell, do you have questions for this witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Nunie.
Good afternoon.
I'm Monica Trinnell and I represent 350 in the Montana Farmers Union. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. I'd like you to turn to tab 10 in the witness book, if you would, if you have that in front of you.
I think they're going to grab it.
Thank you. Let me know when you get there.
Thank you so much. I'm there.
Okay. This is a press release, I believe, from the May 6th earnings call. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And were you on that earnings call?
I was.
Okay. And does this accurately reflect the press release that Black Hills issued from that call?
Yes, it does.
And at the bottom, the footer there says merger with Northwestern Energy Group. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the title is that an update on the merger and data center progress. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of this press release from Black Hills dated May 6th.
I believe that this has already been admitted into the record. But regardless, to clarify, no objection, assuming that it has
Okay.
been admitted.
Just in case it hasn't been admitted, we'll declare that 350 Montana Exhibit 58, that's 58, is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then Ms. Nooney, if you would, this is not in the book, it's a tab. It's marked as 350 Montana Exhibit 61. And it should be on the table there. It's not, I don't think it's in the book. It's one of the yellow tabs.
I only have my testimony in front of me.
Who took the exhibits? Okay.
My apologies.
No, I'm just kidding. It was up there with the.
If I'm missing it, I apologize.
You may, thank you.
This is the there was a set up here.
Yes, you may, of course.
Let me find the other one. No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nooney, you haven't, what's been marked 350 Montana Exhibit 61 in front of you. Do you recognize that as the transcript of that May 6th investor call?
I do.
And you were on that call, yes?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can you just review that and does it accurately reflect what happened on that call?
Ms. Trinnell, may I clarify, the copy in front of us says May 7th. Is that correct? Correct.
Whatever I don't have the copy in front, what was the date of the call, Ms. Nunie?
Yeah, the call was May 7th, 2026, correct?
Okay, so the press release was May 6th and the call was May
Cor-
7th.
Correct.
Okay. I want to move for the admission of this document into the record, Madam Chair.
Well, it's unclear to me what the relevance of this document is. While we have laid foundation for it, I'd request that we establish relevance to the merger proceeding before moving it into the record.
It's Black Hill's most recent statement on the merger. It was last week, and it was their update to their investors about what the merger is doing, what's happening with it, and what the impact is, and whether or not it's going to go forward. This is the commission's most relevant, most recent snapshot into what these entities are doing and what they're telling their investors this is all about.
Right. Well, I don't believe that this document was previously identified in the pre-hearing exhibit motion. So this is the first time that we're seeing it. All that I'm asking is that we understand what the relevance of this document is to the merger proceeding.
Yeah. Thank you, Counselor. And Ms. Trinnell, I see you're exasperated, but you shouldn't be. We received a stack yesterday from you, a hard copy, and I just found that there was a 61 because it wasn't tabbed. So if you just orient everyone to the document, I think that will solve the problem.
Thank you. That's all fair. The pre-hearing memo, so we're due May 1st. This is a May 7th call, which we found out on our own. It was not provided to us. It wasn't given as an update to any data request. We found it trying to familiarize ourselves about the merger. This is Black Hill's most recent statement of May 7th, and we think it belongs in this docket for the commission's understanding of deciding the issues in front of it. And in truth, the joint applicants should be presenting this. We are, as our Exhibit 61, this is extremely relevant. This is what they are telling their investors about this merger that will fundamentally change captive Montana ratepayers' utility provisions.
Ms. Trinnell, our counselor doesn't have a copy of this up here. The commission counselor, do you have an extra copy?
And Ms. Trinnell, fine to supplement your exhibits, but they were not numbered until the morning of hearing yesterday. And then you're handing us new exhibits on top of that. And on top of that, it's 350, MT 59, 60, and 61. And now you're saying MFU 61. It's difficult to follow this.
All right, it's getting late in the afternoon. Some of us might need a nap. Let's just calm down. This is
This one? Yes.
okay. Thank you. Okay, we have 350 Montana Exhibit 61. We've heard the arguments, I think, from both councils on this. The chair does find transcript relates to slide 5 update for a merger at a glance. So I don't see that this could be held out as irrelevant when it is discussing the merger. 350 Montana Exhibit 61 is admitted. But let's slow down and please give us an orientation to these documents that we just received from you, Ms. Trinnell. Okay, that would be helpful.
I have no objection to slowing this proceeding down at all. It has been our ongoing and continued request that delay and more thought would be appropriate.
Ms. Trinnell, that point is not well taken. I think you know what I meant. I think you need to tell us what document specifically you're referring to and explain what it is before you try to move it into the record. I'm not suggesting that you slow it down unnecessarily. Just help us all get on the same page.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I apologize to the commission. That wasn't appropriate.
Thank you.
I'll move on.
All right, please continue, Ms. Turnell.
It is my understanding, and just for clarification, that all of the data, the responses to data requests that are in the confidential record in the binders that were reviewed earlier are in the record. Am I correct about that? There,
Restate your question, Ms. Turnell, for us.
to clarify, we had some conversation about the confidential responses to data requests from MCC 51. Some of those are slide decks that were presented to Black Hills from Goldman Sachs. And I want to make sure that all of those tabs that we have, the responses to data requests from MCC 51 that are in the confidential binder are in the record. And it was my understanding from our discussion this morning with Ms. Lael that she was not familiar with some of those. So, and she had deferred that to Ms. Nunie.
Okay, you should have a table of what was the data responses that were objected to and which ones were admitted.
I believe everything from MCC 51 is in the record.
It is. Council says it is.
I'm being very cautious.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have that table in front of you, or you should have that table from our council. Everyone should.
Thank you.
So you should be able to refer to that to keep straight.
I have no further cross. Thank you.
Okay, are there commissioner questions for this witness? Commissioner questions for this witness? Seeing none? Is there redirect? Or, yeah, any redirect? Sorry.
Sorry, I was just conferring with council. I don't believe we have any redirect.
Okay. Would you like to request this witness be excused then?
Yes, if we could request that this witness be permanently excused or temporary, we'll say temporarily excused. I understand that she will likely be available in person at least through tomorrow, but would potentially need to be virtual if she were called back to the stand for some reason.
She would be available in person when?
Tomorrow,
Okay.
but unlikely Friday.
Okay. Remote Friday or not at all on Friday?
I believe remote, and I'm seeing her nod.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nunie, you are temporarily excused and you have permission to appear remotely on Friday if you're recalled.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we might have one moment just to be sure we're on top of our witness order.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could we be in recess for 5 minutes? We are taken a little by surprise that our next witness is not yet available, but we may be able to do a couple of the intervener settlement witnesses this afternoon and get those out of the way with
That's fine.
a couple of minutes to confer with other council.
Yep, that's fine. We will go into recess for 5 minutes. The time is 4:01 and we'll come back at 4:06. We are now off the record.
If they're fine, we'll get those knocked out.
He's not an attorney. Oh,
No.
then he doesn't need to be an attorney.
You might put on a flip. I don't know if there's a microphone on. Madam Chair, would it be okay if Adam Pink attends the laborers?
The time is 4:07 PM and we are back on the record. Joint applicants have asked that witness Adam Haight be permitted to attend remotely. And he's got the link. Any objections to that? Hearing none, Adam Haight can appear remotely. And he doesn't have to wear a suit for that either.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, but he should be dressed.
I'm not making any promises, Madam Chair, but hopefully he will be. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, the joint applicants would like to pause our case in chief to allow our intervener settlement partners to offer their settlement witnesses at this time.
You should be
And
dressed.
we would ask that the JEA, the large customer group, and the laborers be able to present their three affirmative settlement witnesses this afternoon to finish out today's proceeding.
Okay, is there an agreed upon order? Who wants to go first? We got you're talking about large customer group, joint energy advocates, and laborers union.
Yeah, so JEA, large customer group. Yeah, and then laborers.
Okay,
So Mr. Otto, Mr. Gorman, and Mr. Haight would be the order of the witnesses.
okay, joint energy advocates. Would you like to present your case and your witness?
Now, can you hear me?
This is better, yes.
Perfect. We reserved our right for opening statement yesterday. May we provide that now prior to presenting our witness, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, commissioners, and commission staff. My name is Meridian Wappett. On behalf of the Joint Energy Advocates, Montana Renewable Energy Association, Northwestern Energy Coalition, and Renewable Northwest, thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. The Joint Energy Advocates represent a broad and experienced coalition of organizations dedicated to advancing affordable, clean, and reliable energy for Montanans and customers throughout the Pacific Northwest and the Mountain West. Montana Renewable Energy Association has more than 700 members and has served for over 2 decades as Montana's leading voice for renewable energy policy, workforce development, and consumer access to clean energy technologies. Northwest Energy Coalition is an alliance of more than 100 environmental, civic, and human services organizations, utilities, and businesses across the Northwest that have been working since 1981 to advance clean, equitable, and affordable energy policy. Renewable Northwest is a nonprofit advocacy organization whose more than 70 members, including renewable energy professionals, ratepayer advocates, and environmental organizations, are dedicated to transitioning the electric grid to low-cost, clean generation while maintaining reliability and affordable rates. These organizations are not newcomers to commission proceedings. They have engaged before this body and regulatory commissions across the region on utility planning, resource procurement, rate design, distributed generation, and demand-side management for decades. They bring that accumulated expertise and commitment to this proceeding. The Joint Energy Advocates intervened in this docket because the proposed merger of Northwestern Corporation, Black Hills Corporation, and the Northwestern Energy Group is one of the most significant utility transactions Montana has seen in a generation. This is a transaction that would create a combined entity with an enterprise value of approximately $15.4 billion, serving 2.1 million customers across 8 states, effectively doubling Northwestern's current scale. Mergers of this magnitude are rare in Montana, and the Commission's review of this application presents a unique and time-limited opportunity to ensure that the public interest is protected and that the benefits of the consolidation flow meaningfully to ratepayers rather than exclusively to shareholders. The Joint Energy Advocates intervened because large-scale corporate transactions carry real risks for customers, risks of rate increases, risks of diminished focus on Montana's specific programs and priorities, and risks that the transition to cleaner, more affordable energy resources will be deprioritized in favor of centralized generation planning that does not account for the full value of demand-side resources, distributed generation, and energy efficiency. The organizations that make up the Joint Energy Advocates have spent years advocating before this commission on precisely these issues: low-income assistance, demand-side management, net metering, distributed energy resources, and responsible transition planning for Colstrip. And they could not stand aside when a transaction of this scale raised fresh questions about Northwestern's future direction on all of them. The Joint Energy Advocates also intervened because this proceeding affects not just today's ratepayers, but the long-term trajectory of Montana's energy system. How the new utility manages distributed energy resources, deploys customer-side assets, and integrates renewable energy into its planning will shape Montana's energy economy for years to come. The Joint Energy Advocates came to this proceeding to ensure that the Commission had the benefit of their independent expert perspective on those questions as it evaluated the public interest standard for the merger approval. From the outset, Joint Energy Advocates made it clear that they would not reflexively oppose to the merger. Their goal was to ensure that any approval of the merger came with meaningful, enforceable commitments that would benefit Montana's ratepayers and advance the clean energy goals the Joint Energy Advocates members have long championed. Specifically, the Joint Energy Advocates focused on improving the rigor and transparency of Northwestern's integrated resource planning process, expanding evaluation of demand-side management and distributed energy resource opportunities, ensuring that the potential synergies of the combined entity, including transmission and generation coordination, are actually analyzed for the benefit of its customers, and securing a seat at the planning table for the ratepayer and efficiency perspectives that have historically been underrepresented in Northwestern's internal processes. This Commission's decision in this proceeding will set a tone for how the new, significantly larger Northwestern approaches its obligations to Montana customers. The commitment secured in the Joint Energy Advocates Stipulation and Settlement Agreement to engage stakeholders on demand-side programs, to evaluate regional coordination opportunities, and to open up the planning process to independent ratepayer expertise are steps towards a utility that plans transparently, prioritizes customer benefit, and takes seriously its role in Montana's energy future. The Joint Energy Advocates urge the Commission to approve those commitments and to consider the full public interest record before it in reaching its final decision. The Joint Energy Advocates appreciate the opportunity to participate in this proceeding and thank the Commission for its careful consideration of these important issues. And with that, we would like to call Benjamin Otto as a witness.
Okay, Mr. Otto, is he online?
Yes, he's on Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Otto, I will need to swear you in, I believe. So, Mr. Otto, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Mr. Otto, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Benjamin Otto. The last name is spelled O-T-T-O.
What is your business address?
It is 1407 West Cottonwood Court, Boise, Idaho, 83702.
Thank you. Mr. Otto, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Northwest Energy Coalition.
What is your role at Northwest Energy Coalition?
I'm a senior policy associate. I focus on regional transmission, energy markets, as well as regulatory work in Idaho and supporting our Montana policy associate.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
I'm testifying on behalf of 3 organizations: the Energy Coalition, Renewable Northwest, Montana Renewable Energy Association. The latter 2 are both members of the Energy Coalition. And for this docket, as my counsel has already described, we refer to ourselves as the Joint Energy Advocates.
Thank you. Mr. Otto, did you submit pre-filed direct testimony in this proceeding on behalf of the Joint Energy Advocates?
Yes, I did.
In front of you is an exhibit marked as Exhibit JEA1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's on my screen in front of me now.
Perfect. Mr. Otto, is Exhibit JEA1 a true and correct copy of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No.
Mr. Otto, if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The Joint Energy Advocates move to admit Exhibit JEA1 into the evidentiary record.
No objection.
Hearing no objections, JEA1 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Otto, did you submit settlement testimony in this proceeding on behalf of the Joint Energy Advocates?
Yes.
In front of you is an exhibit marked as Exhibit JEA2. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I also have that before me on my screen.
Fantastic, thank you. Is Exhibit JEA2 a true and correct copy of your settlement testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No.
Mr. Otto, if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. The Joint Energy Advocates move to admit Exhibit JEA2 into the evidentiary record.
Are there any objections to JEA2? Hearing none, JEA2 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Otto, can you briefly summarize the concerns of the Joint Energy Advocates that they raised during your direct testimony regarding this merger?
Yes, Montana electric customers, of which our membership includes across the 3 organizations, have an ongoing interest in ensuring reliable, adequate, affordable electricity, and more broadly, that the proposed merger will not harm customers and will promote the public interest. A change in utility corporate ownership and structure could impact these interests. Regarding the no harm standard of approval, customers as well as generation and transmission service providers could be harmed in several ways by utility decisions. Increasing rates, rising utility financing costs, inadequate resource planning, and the loss or diminishment of current utility programs Northwestern offers. We intervened in this docket to advocate the merger does not result in these harms. We've also consistently engaged with Northwestern to promote public interest goals, like stabilizing or ideally declining electric rates, improving service quality, expanding customer-facing programs, increasing transparency and analytical rigor in resource planning, and making investments in Montana's infrastructure as needed to increase reliability and access to energy. Unique to Montana, the public also has a constitutional right to a healthy environment, which necessitates the reduction of pollution and protection of the environmental quality. And we intervened in this docket to advocate the merged utilities adopt policies and programs and practices to promote these public interests.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. What is the Joint Energy Advocates' position on the proposed merger?
We're not inherently opposed to the proposed merger, both when we first heard about it and after reviewing the application and the testimony. We just wanted to seek assurances related to the concerns I just expressed. And
great, thank you. Mr. Otto, the Joint Energy Advocates entered into a stipulation and settlement agreement with the joint applicants. Can you summarize the key terms of that settlement?
yes, electric utilities are highly regulated, and this docket's not our only opportunity to influence utilities' actions and programs. We have a long history across our organizations of intervening and participating in planning processes and proceedings before this commission. And the settlement terms we reached will improve our ability to continue to engage in those processes in order to protect our ongoing interests, if this merger is approved. First, integrated resource planning is a really important part for assessing the opportunities and ensuring that we have adequate, reliable service in Montana. So a term where the utility is committed to evaluate potential transmission and generation coordination, we believe could help control energy costs and improve reliability for customers. And this includes leveraging the knowledge, the ability, the scale of the merged utilities to discover and implement best practices. Again, this is not a commitment to a specific action. It's a commitment to fully consider all available opportunities. And that's something we've not seen in the IRP process to date. So we believe this part of the stipulation is important to advancing our ability to achieve our goals. Second, there's three things here. I'm on the second one. The utilities agreed to a focus meeting and ongoing efforts to assess opportunities to expand demand-side resource opportunities. Programs like efficiency, demand response, distributed energy directly benefit customers who voluntarily participate them by helping them control their bills through wise energy use. Northwestern and the merged utility have the potential to expand these programs and resources, especially by leveraging the combined assets, knowledge, experience, the scale of the merged utilities. And we look forward to using these in order to advance these important programs. And that was a commitment to this focus meeting, this bringing more people to the table, and also assessing the appropriate regulatory and financial structures needed to really grow these customer-facing programs. That's a new commitment from the utilities, and we think is important for protecting public interest goals. And quickly, the last thing is the utilities have agreed to invite a member of one of our groups to join the Electric Technical Advisory Committee that advises the utility on resource planning. We've not had a seat at this table before. We think it's a really important seat because it really lays the groundwork for future utility programs, policies that will come before this commission for approval. This last one is really important for implementing those first two commitments, and this package, we think, advances our interests.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Do you believe the settlement adequately addresses the Joint Energy Advocates' concerns?
We believe it does. Entering any settlement makes a careful balancing of what you might get at a hearing and the certainty you might get at settlement. And while this settlement doesn't fully address all of our concerns raised in our opening testimony, it does move the ball forward in meaningful ways. And so talking with my colleagues, talking with our counsel, we decided that settlement was the best way to protect our interests.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Otto is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Do any parties wish to cross-examine this witness? Hearing none.
I'm sorry, we'll pass it
Okay.
back to you.
Ms. Trinnell?
Is it my turn?
It is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Otto. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I'm Monica Trinnell. I represent 350 Montana and the Montana Farmers Union in this docket. I have a couple of questions on your settlement. Is it fair to say that the JEA settlement doesn't resolve Colstrip cost allocation concerns?
That's correct. We did not raise that in our opening testimony, or we didn't focus on it. We may have mentioned it. We believe there's other proceedings in place to address that.
Is it fair to say that your settlement doesn't resolve whether existing customers should pay for future large load or transmission costs? Is that fair to say that?
That is fair to say that, and
Thank you.
because there's other proceedings to address those issues for our members.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Is there any further cross-examination of this witness? Seeing none, do we have any commission questions for this witness? Commissioner Molnar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Otto, how are you?
I'm doing well. Nice to meet you, Commissioner Molnar.
Yeah, I kept waiting to hear assurances, and then what I think I heard, and I'd like to have you tell me that I'm right or wrong, that the assurances are that they'll give full consideration to your issues. Is that correct? That's what you're settling on?
We're settling on the ability to engage in a much more fulsome way with the utility in resource planning, both on the generation side, also the transmission side, and the demand resource side. So it's not an assurance of an outcome, it's an assurance of better ability to participate in the ongoing process.
Can you Madam Chair, Mr. Fellow, can you tell me exactly what was said in the way of an assurance that you were going to have a seat? I'm assuming they have a committee or a subcommittee. Exactly what is the assurance?
I can't go into our confidential negotiations in I will refer to the settlement as filed and our testimony about it. So one major issue in resource planning is what are the available even options that will be put into the models and evaluated by the utilities, and the quality of the data and examples, resources that are used to validate the performance and the cost of those options. We received, and the settlement includes, we think, some meaningful improvements to that to bring in some outside information about that, some more rigor to the process. On energy efficiency, we have long advocated for a meeting to talk about setting more ambitious goals or targets for the utility, and we're going to have a meeting to discuss that. Along with that, it's important to support energy efficiency with a slightly different regulatory framework than is traditionally applied, because you're asking the utility to sell less of its product, and we need to have regulations that advance that. And the most concrete thing is the Electrical Technical Advisory Committee that Northwestern has already now. We don't have a seat at that table. That's a closed table, and we have received a commitment to have one of our representatives have a seat at that table. And that's the most specific thing I can point to.
Final question, Madam Chair. Mr. Otto, thank you for your candor. Do you have any reserve because the current CEO will soon be the top CEO of the corporation that's you're hoping will give you a different outcome.
Anytime you walk into a new future, a new structure, there's always a little bit of reservation. I've worked in this space for 15 years in Idaho. I've seen different and focused mostly on Idaho Power. I've seen different CEOs and executives come and go in that process, but there hasn't been a radical change. And because the utility industry is a long-term stable thing, I kind of expect the same thing to happen at Northwestern. This is an ongoing relationship, both regulatorily and then with customers, and we will continue to advocate for our goals.
Thank you, Mr. Otto.
Are there any other commissioner questions for this witness? Okay, and then questions from Commission Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Otto. I am Pam Snyder-Varn, staff attorney. I'm asking a question on behalf of our regulatory staff. I see that in the settlement subsection 3E and you testified about this, the joint applicants commit that Northwestern will appoint one qualified individual nominated by JEA, the Joint Energy Advocates, to its ETAC committee. What sorts of qualifications will the JEA be looking for in nominating this individual?
This is a fairly technical, as is in the title, technical committee. We have folks in our staff of the organizations or within our membership who've had experience, whether it's an engineering background, an accounting background, a utility planning background. So it'd be those types of qualifications, the ability to really bring some rigor, both in the analysis, but also in understanding the technical details.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes commission questions. Is there any recross for this witness?
No, Madam Chair.
Seeing none.
Yeah.
Is there any redirect?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. And would you like to excuse this witness permanently or temporarily?
Permanently.
Without objection, Mr. Otto, you are excused permanently. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wappett, do you have another witness to call? Okay, we're moving to the large customer group.
That's correct. Thank you. The large customer group would like to call Michael Gorman. I understand he's logged in under my name there, so don't be confused. I haven't multiplied while we've been in this process. And Madam Chair, Mr. Gorman needs to be sworn in. It is. We're the lights on. I'll lean in.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Stoffel, were you going to make an opening argument?
I already provided my opening at the
You
beginning of the
did.
hearing.
That's correct. Thank you. All right. All right. Mr. Gorman, are you there?
I am, yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, welcome. I need to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Gorman, we're having trouble hearing you.
Can you move closer to your microphone or turn up your volume somehow?
Does this help?
Not very much.
Is this better?
Not really. So you'll have to speak very clearly and loudly in order for the court recorder to pick up your comments.
All right, I will do my best.
Oh, that fixed it. You sound good now. Thank you.
Good.
Mr. Stoffel.
Is he sworn in now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Mr. Gorman, will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Michael Gorman,
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
employed by Brubaker and Associates, BAI Inc. as a managing principal.
Did you prepare direct testimony with one attachment on behalf of the Montana Large Customer Group in this proceeding?
I did, yes.
Do you have a copy of that direct testimony and attachment which has been marked as Exhibit LCG1?
Yes, yes, I do.
Was this direct testimony and attachment prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony and attachment?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
I move to admit Exhibit LCG1. Thank you. Mr. Gorman, did you also prepare testimony on behalf of the LCG in support of the stipulation between the joint applicants, the Montana Consumer Council, and the LCG in this proceeding?
I did, yes.
Do you have a copy of that settlement testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit LCG2?
I do.
Was this prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was, yes.
Do you have any corrections to your settlement testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would, yes.
I move to admit Exhibit LCG2.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, LCG2 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gorman is available for questions from the commission and non-settling parties.
Okay, are there any questions of this witness? Montana 350 or Montana Farmers Union? Are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Molnar?
Thank you. Madam Chair, Mr. Gorman, what was it that prompted the large customer group to come into this? I'm really short for how this crosses over to you when you buy your energy on the market. It's delivered on transmission lines that will still be under the control of FERC. Exactly what's your interest in this and what did you think you got out of it to settle?
Your Honor, if I could offer a point of clarification. The Montana Large Customer Group is not limited solely to choice customers, and there are non-choice members who are part of the LCG. I wasn't sure if Commissioner Molnar was aware of that.
That would be correct. With your Madam Chair, Mr. Gorman, with your bifurcated membership, were you there on behalf of both or just one? And if so, what were your hopes? What were you hoping to accomplish?
The large customer group is interested in continuing to receive reliable and competitively priced utility service from Northwest Energy. To the extent this transaction could have impacted Northwest Energy's ability to continue to provide reliable service at competitive prices, we would want to intervene to avoid any restructuring of the company that would result in any negative consequences to customers. Consequently, our concern with this proposed transaction is that it would not limit or impair Northwestern's ability to prioritize maintaining high quality, reliable service and do so at the most competitive price available.
And how did you receive your assurances?
We received our assurances through the financial commitments in the settlement, the standalone credit rating, the commitment to strong balance sheet, and the commitment to make necessary infrastructure investments to maintain service quality and reliability.
Can you elaborate, Madam Chair, Mr. Gorman, can you please elaborate on the commitments to work on and provide updated infrastructure?
The commitments deal with financial assurances of maintaining a strong balance sheet or restrict dividend payments. The commitment to inform the board of any negative credit rating implications that may result in a downgrade to the utility's credit standing, which would provide the board the ability to investigate what was causing downgrade in the credit standing of the company. Both of those would be relevant information in assessing whether or not Northwest Energy has the ability to attract funding to make necessary infrastructure investments. It also concerned cost allocation manuals or the cost service company fees and charges across the various affiliates of this company to ensure that they reflect the cost of providing service and don't reflect unnecessary subsidization of non-regulated affiliates within the proposed new parent company structure.
Thank you. So you're saying, Madam Chair, Mr. Gorman, you're saying that they gave you assurances that they would notify the board if their credit ratings changed and that they would perform other functions that frankly sound like day-to-day functions. I'm not really hearing that you received much in the way of quantitative assurances of a change in the direction that you would like to see them go, or are you just saying that you like where they are and they're continuing to promise to stay the course?
Well, I think our outlook on the company is it will continue to be a publicly traded holding company that is primarily devoted to providing public utility service. We see the management commitments to both utilities to be towards fulfilling their public service obligations and running the two utilities. And that in conjunction with financial assurances of using cash flows produced from both of those utilities in a manner to meet their public service obligations was meaningful commitments that warranted support for this proposed transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman.
Are there any other commissioner questions for this witness? I will go ahead then, Mr. Gorman, just getting to some specifics of the agreement, the settlement agreement details. It appears to me that part of that settlement agreement goes directly to not allowing costs to be passed to ratepayers. In other words, the costs shall be borne by shareholders for any golden parachute, change in control, separation or severance, retention, or rebranding costs related to the merger from Montana jurisdictional customers. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And that the joint applicants commit that all of Northwestern's existing conditions, commitments, and ring fencing provisions previously agreed to or ordered will continue to apply to Northwestern after the merger closes, except as modified by this stipulation and attachment A.
That is correct. Yeah, largely with the commitments for the cost allocation methodology.
Okay. Can you fill us in on the exceptions, except as modified by this stipulation and attachment A, especially concerning ring fencing?
I think the ring fencings largely were adopted and will continue in force. The cost allocation manual will depend on the integration of the two utilities together. The combined entity will make a filing to the commission to outline appropriate cost allocation manual based on the efficiencies expected to be realized by combining these utilities together, and ultimately will be used to support a cost allocation manual which ensures that Northwest Energy is only allocated a reasonable portion of the cost incurred to provide services that benefit Northwest Energy.
Thank you. Was there a portion of the ring fencing that would be modified under this stipulated agreement?
I don't believe the ring fence provisions were modified. No, they will continue as they've currently existed.
Okay, thank you. right, thank you, Mr. Gorman. Those are all the questions from the commission. And we will now go to recross. Is there any recross for Mr. Gorman? See none. Is there any redirect for Mr. Gorman?
Yes, just a couple questions. Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Mr. Stoffel.
Mr. Gorman, you had some questions from Commissioner Molnar about the ring fencing provisions, and you mentioned that the board would be notified of a downgrade in the credit rating. By board, did you mean the Public Service Commission of Montana?
Thank you. Yes, I did. Apologize.
And then you also just had the discussion with Chair Fielder here about whether or not the ring fencing conditions were modified. Is it your understanding that they were updated to reflect the existing and proposed ownership structure from the last time the ring fencing provisions were approved by the commission?
They would be updated to reflect the new ownership structure, yes, but the actual commitments in maintaining financial integrity are still in place.
And that updated version with references to example, the Bright Horizon Energy entity was attached to the settlement, right?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to excuse your witness?
Yes, we would ask that Mr. Gorman be permanently excused, please.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, Mr. Gorman, you are permanently excused. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to appear remotely.
You're welcome. Okay, and now we go to Laborers Local 1686.
The Laborers Local 1686 calls Mr. Adam Haight, and Madam Chair, Mr. Haight needs to be sworn in.
Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Haight, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and only the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Haight, could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
It's Adam Haight, spelled H-A-I-G-H-T.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Laborers International Union of North America, Local 1686.
And what is your relationship with Local 1686?
I am the business manager, secretary treasurer for the local. I assumed this position in 2023. Prior to that, I was hired on by the local in 2021 as a field rep.
Could you please summarize your other relevant background and professional experience for the commission?
Yes, prior to joining Local 1686, I was the political director of the Montana AFL-CIO. I currently serve as the president of the Rocky Mountain District Council of Laborers. I'm an executive board member of the Montana AFL-CIO. I'm a vice president of the Montana State Building and Construction Trades Council and president of the Helena Labor Temple Association.
Excellent. Because LIUNA and Laborers Local 1686 don't often appear in front of the commission, could you please just briefly explain what LIUNA is?
Yeah, LIUNA is a labor organization. We represent members that work in the energy, construction, and public sectors. We represent members in the United States and Canada.
And who does specifically Local 1686 represent?
Local 1686, we have jurisdiction in the entire state of Montana, so Montana members that work in the construction sector, the public sector, the energy sector, which also includes pipeline work. And our members, they work under local agreements, but also national agreements, which include the National Pipeline Agreement, the National Construction Agreement, and the National Maintenance Agreement.
And does Local 1686 represent any employees who are directly employed by either of the joint applicants?
No, we only perform contracted work for Northwestern Energy.
Did you file testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Was your direct testimony previously marked as Exhibit LL1?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Labor's Local 1686 moves into the record LL1.
LL1 has been moved. Are there any objections? Seeing none, LL1 is admitted. And Miss Dianeem, I don't believe we got the address of your witness.
Mr. Haight, could you please briefly provide your address for the commission?
Yes, it's 3100 Horseshoe Bend Road, Helena, Montana, 59602.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to move to the questions about the pre-filed settlement testimony. Did you file settlement testimony in this docket, Mr. Haight?
Yes.
And was this testimony previously marked as exhibit LL2, excuse me?
Yes.
All right, Labor's Local 1686. Oh, excuse me. Do you have any corrections to your testimony as it appears in LL2?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Labor's Local 1686 moves LL2 into the record.
Are there any objections to LL2? Hearing none, LL2 is admitted.
We're going to briefly go over a couple of the commitments in this settlement for the benefit of the commission because there's been no testimony yet from the joint applicants on this settlement. So, Mr. Haight, could you please explain how the local hire preference in the settlement agreement will work?
Post-merger, Northwestern Energy, at its own discretion, will implement a local hire evaluation on the contractor bid evaluations.
And how does this local hire preference address the issues raised in your direct testimony in LL1?
In our mind, it addresses the workforce stability issue, which is really important in terms of ensuring that there's a pipeline of highly skilled laborers, but also craftsmen and women across the board for pipeline and energy projects. It also ensures that we are able to have a wide-ranging skill base of workers that are going to be able to work across different industries to address the needs and demands of the utility as well as the ratepayers.
And can you please explain how the market wage certification will work?
The market wage certification will work in terms for natural gas projects over $2.5 million and new energy generation projects over 50 million. Northwestern Energy will work with the contracted companies to ensure that they're getting the wage and benefit rates to ensure that they're also matching local rates for similar work.
And will the market wage certification include any sort of reporting element from the contractors that the Northwestern will work with?
Yes, post-settlement, Northwestern has agreed to provide wage certification as well as workforce standard certifications based off the bidding process that will allow us to review and ensure that the intent of the settlement is being implemented.
So how does the market wage certification address the issues that you raised in your direct testimony?
It's really, it's an important issue, I think, all around for not only my local, but for ratepayers as well. It ensures that Northwestern is utilizing contractors that are paying competitive wages, which will ensure that they're using skilled and qualified laborers, but also tradesmen and women on these projects to deliver safe and reliable infrastructure for Montana ratepayers.
Okay, continuing on, can you please explain the provision in LL2 about maintaining current large contracting practices?
Yeah, so like they do now, Northwestern Energy will continue to engage with the Pipeline Contractors Association, the PLCA, in order to get rate and benefits in exchange for utilizing the contractors on the PLCA list.
And how does this provision address the concerns raised in your direct testimony?
Well, we believe that it'll kind of continue the historical precedent that we've had in the past. We believe that's worked well, not only for the laborers, but as well for Northwestern Energy and for ratepayers. And by continuing to utilize the PLCA, it's really giving Northwestern Energy access to the best pipeline contractors in the country, the folks that have the best safety record and reliability in terms of what they deliver for ratepayers.
Could you now please explain the workforce training and apprenticeship standard in the settlement agreement?
So post-merger, Northwestern Energy will give positive consideration to contractors that utilize apprentice training programs or at the very least, anything workforce training standards that are equivalent.
And how does this consideration address the issues raised in your direct testimony?
Again, this is a really important component of making sure that we have a diversely skilled workforce to meet the needs of the utility and ratepayers. It's incredibly important to have access to get apprentices onto these jobs because the apprentices of today, they're going to be the foreman, the superintendents of projects tomorrow. So it just allows us to be flexible, nimble, and respond as demands arise.
Finally, could you please explain the reporting and meeting provisions in the settlement agreement?
Yeah, so post-merger Northwestern has agreed to provide the wage certification and the workforce standards certification through that the bid evaluation process. And again, they would also have agreed to, at our request, meet with us once a year to discuss the contents of those reports and whether or not those reports are kind of reflecting the intent of the settlement.
So how do these provisions address the issues raised in your direct testimony?
This is the verify portion of the trust and verify. And so we're going to be able to see if the contractors that they are utilizing, if they are non-union, at least are matching up with the wage, training standards, and workforce standards as well.
One last question, Mr. Haight. Does Local 1686 support the merger with the settlement agreement?
Yes.
All right. This witness is now available for cross-examination and questioning.
Thank you. Is there any cross-examination for this witness?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Trinnell?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Haight, Monica Trinnell, representing 350 Montana and the Montana Farmers Union. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions. I'm looking at your settlement agreement. I assume you have that in front of you, the stipulation and settlement.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the agreement that you have entered into applies to Northwestern contracted projects? I can explain. I'm not trying to trick anybody. And I apologize if my question isn't clear. Is it only Northwestern contracted projects and not Black Hills contracted projects that this settlement applies to?
I believe it's Northwestern, and I would assume, I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume that it would transfer to whatever entity is doing the actual contract bidding. That is my understanding.
As I read the contract, it applies to Northwestern projects in Montana. And I just want to clarify with you if that's your understanding of the scope of the agreement.
Correct. That's who we'd be contracting with.
Okay. And this agreement applies to your members, but it wouldn't apply to any of the Northwestern employees who aren't in your union. Is that accurate?
Correct. It would not apply to the Northwestern members, but it also wouldn't, it would go beyond my members as well. It would be any other, whether union contractor that's implementing the work that goes into pipelines or new generation, as well as non-union companies.
Okay.
The only aspect of the settlement that is specific to the laborers is the reporting and the meeting requirement.
Okay. And just one last question. I think, Mr. Hey, if you know, and you may not, but there's nothing in your settlement that either requires or guarantees future investment in Montana, is there, if you know?
No, we had no discussions along those lines.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hay. I don't have any further questions.
All right. Is there any other cross-examination of this witness? Are there any commission questions? I have one, and then we'll go to council. Mr. Haight, the requirements set forth in sections 3, 4, 5, and 6, which your counselor discussed with you, they would terminate on December 31st, 2030. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why is that?
That's where we ended up in the negotiated settlement.
Okay, thank you.
Why?
You'd have to ask Northwestern.
Madam Chair, I'm going to object to this question to the extent that it's asking the witness to reveal parts of our confidential settlement communications. To the extent the question is asking why 2030 might be a logical endpoint, that's fair game, but Mr. Haight shouldn't have to reveal what we talked about in our settlement discussions.
Sustained.
I guess the question goes to why do these provisions terminate at all? Is it because of some sort of maybe collective bargaining agreements that are out there? Is it, and if this is part of your negotiations, you don't have to answer this, but it's just for the enlightenment of the commission.
That was a part of our negotiations, but it has nothing to do with any kind of contract negotiations. Northwestern is separate from any contract negotiations that take place on our national agreements. Those are done at the international level directly with the contractors.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross of this witness based on the commission questions? Seeing none, is there any redirect, Counselor?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a couple questions. Mr. Haight, first of all, I asked you before whether the members of Local 1686 are directly employed by either of the joint applicants, and you answered no. So can you briefly explain for the commission what agreements and do your members work under?
When it relates to our historical work for Northwestern Energy, they work under national agreements. And so I mentioned those earlier in my testimony, but they're the National Pipeline Agreement, the National Maintenance Agreement, and the National Construction Agreement.
And under these agreements, do these agreements cover more than just the members of Local 1686?
They do. They cover the Teamsters, the pipe fitters, and the operators.
Thank you. One final question. I want to direct your attention, Mr. Haight, to Section C8 of the settlement agreement. This is on page 4 of the settlement agreement and page 21 of 43 on Exhibit LL2. Let me know when you're there.
Which exhibit was that? I'm sorry.
This is in your settlement testimony, Exhibit LL2.
And which page was that again?
Page 21 or page 4 of the portion of Exhibit A.
Okay, I'm there.
Could you please review this provision and then explain to us a bit how Black Hills may be covered under some of the conditions of this agreement?
I think I'm on the wrong page. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I can ask you a more direct question.
Yeah, if you could just,
helpful.
yeah.
Okay. In number C8 of the party settlement agreement, it's page 21 of 43 in LL2 and page 4 of the agreement. Does it say at the end of this paragraph 8, to the extent that Black Hills Power begins using third-party contractors on future natural gas pipeline projects in Montana, it will be subject to the same conditions and or requirements noted as applicable to Northwestern herein, except for section 5.
And what was the question?
Is that what the agreement reads?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Would you like to excuse this witness?
Madam Chair, I would like to excuse this witness permanently.
Without objection, this witness is excused permanently. Thank you, Mr. Haight.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes the witnesses that we had lined up for this afternoon. So where I think we're at now is tomorrow morning, Thursday a.m., we will hear from Missoula County, Svein Newman. And then after that, I think we would go to 350 or Farmers Unions. Okay, no, where are we at? Ralph Smith is Friday morning.
Yeah, Madam Chair, after Mr. Newman, we would go back to the joint applicants case and call Mr. Merkel.
Okay, so joint applicants still have Mr. Merkel. That's right.
Yeah, and followed then by Miss Jones.
All right. Thank you. So tomorrow morning we'll have Svein Newman, and then we'll have joint applicants back to your final 2 witnesses.
Correct.
Jason Merkel and Marnie Jones.
That is correct.
Okay. Do we expect very much time with these witnesses? Can council give me an idea? And will we be needing to go into confidential session with these ones?
I can give you my best guess for planning, but I think we should be able to get through them in the morning, I guess would be my guess. And I would anticipate putting on our witnesses in the afternoon.
Madam Chair, I'd just remind the commission and Ms. Trinnell that Mr. Lefebvre, if she intends to call him, he would be available tomorrow morning, but after, on the condition that it would be after our witnesses, so Mr. Merkel and Ms. Jones.
Okay, is that fine, Mr. Nell? Can you plan on that?
Is there a window that I can plan on? Be available up and I need to call and can I do it before you're done? I'm happy to work with the joint applicants offline if needed.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and do that,
Thank you.
counselors, and let us know any advice tomorrow morning on our order of witnesses and our timing. That sounds great. Okay, is there anything else before we close for today or recess for today?
One quick thing from Joint Energy Advocates.
Yes.
May council be excused from in-person attendance for the remainder of the hearing?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, a similar motion from the Laborers Local 1686 for council to be permanently excused for the remainder of the hearing.
You are permanently excused. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. With that, we will go to recess for today. For the record, the time is 5:10 p.m. and we will resume the hearing tomorrow morning, May 14th, 2026, with public testimony at 8:30 a.m. and our evidentiary hearing to resume after public testimony. We are off the record.